able to be way more empowered, and how the work that you're doing is compute and be able to predict what the prices of those will look like in the future.
Exactly. Not to predict, but to be protected, right? So
Mm-hmm.
essentially, you don't really care as much about future fluctuation because you already lock in the prices. Either you want to buy, you want to sell, right? If you are generating tokens, you want to sell some products, right? You lock in the prices. You know how much money you're gonna make, which is great. You can focus on what you do the best, which is maybe not speculating by the token prices, or you can hedge on your cost structure with your GPUs. You lock that in, focusing on your product, your services, instead of worrying about your GPU cost just went up 40%, right? So those are things I think will be very, very good for the industry participants, just like how corn
Yeah.
option futures helping the farmers lock in the prices they want to sell at next harvesting period, which you don't know what's going to happen, right? Global supply demand curve for corn, right? They hedge their prices, they lock in, how much money, exactly how much you're going to generate, right? And then you just focus on buying fertilizers and do all the great things they do every day, right? So that's why, we see such a terrific improvement in terms of agriculture production.
Yeah, it's incredibly empowering. When you know how much you're going to pay for the future, it allows you as an entrepreneur to be able to predict and be able to actually pre-plan how you can scale up your business. I'm curious too, you have these charts, these LLM token expenditure index. What are the sizes of these markets? If you have AI energy that's just going to start to outgrow everything else, could you see a future where all of this is bigger than oil?
I do think so. So I think people debating about when it will be bigger than all oil combined, right? So that'll be interesting conversation. I think people have different point of view. So I think everyone, even
Yeah.
you and me today, we consume a lot of electricity, but we don't need to hedge it, right? Because we're paying whatever money we pay. But if you are a factory, you use a lot of electricity to make as an input to make products, you have to hedge electricity prices, right? Depends
Mm-hmm.
on where you are in the world, right? That's how I think about tokens. If you and me using tokens through ChatGPT or cloud, we're fine, right? We don't need to hedge it. But then if our businesses consumes millions of tokens every day, right? It's a completely different story. You want to be able to hedge that price fluctuation, right? Similar to GPU. So we don't need to, you and me as an individual, if we have our graphic cards, 5090s to run for some fun, right, stuff on the side, we don't need to hedge it. But then again, you need to run thousands of nodes. And then you don't know the future number of nodes you might need, right? No
Yeah.
one really knows for sure. All you can do is, let's say I know, my core workflow, I need, I don't know, 100 nodes, but my customer demand might shoot it up to double or triple. What you're gonna do the sudden increase of your GPU needs, right? So you can always do on demand, or you can do on demand and then figure out a way to hedge your own demand fluctuation. Then you're more likely doing demand. You don't have to lock in longer term contracts. The only reason why you see people locking longer contracts right now, because that's the only option for you to have price stability, right? Without long-term contracts, you will have be on demand,
Yeah.
right? But with futures start trading, then you can essentially hedge out your own demand price fluctuation using futures, right?
Yep.
It's less need for you to lock in. Do you have to lock in long-term contracts? You have other options, basically.
You have other options. No, Carmen, this was incredibly great to hear. I appreciate you explaining and breaking down how all of these AI compute markets will work in the future of what you're doing with Silicon Data and Compute Exchange. What I'm most excited about is how fair markets actually democratize your ability to be an entrepreneur and compete in this space and create. You can actually plan and think about what the future might look like and be able to scale up your business. And that's so empowering to anyone who's here, anyone who's watching this, and really excited for the work that you guys are doing.
Thank you for having me. This is great. Happy to chat anytime.
Likewise, thank you for having us. And we'll be back with MTS.
Welcome to another edition of Monetary Matters live on the MTS Network. I'm Jack Farley, joined by Max Wiethi. Max, I don't know how many, we were down a little bit in the S&P today, like what, 60 basis points, but it felt a little bit more extreme than it was. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think certainly we've seen the markets take a pause since we hit all-time highs. And yeah, every single day that we don't go back to that raging bull market, it feels different. It's kind of like when the economy slows down, you don't need to go into a full-on recession to notice the slowdown. And when the market was just kind of marching higher, you start to get used to that. So I think there's a bit of a psychological effect happening.
Well, how many days are we from the all-time highs? Like 2 or 3? I mean, I think this bull market has been raging, but if we could just share the screen now, I mean, let's look at the most dark green on this chart is what? AbbVie, as pharmaceutical company, and the most dark red is Google, down 5.3%. A lot more people own Google than they own AbbVie, especially if you weight it by money. And it's interesting, Max, that it seems like software is getting killed today, and and hardware is ripping, but alongside software is selling Google, which the market typically had been assigning to more of I mean, they designed their own chips. Like Google had been doing somewhat well alongside the semi. So today, even though it doesn't seem like it, it actually is an extreme divergence day of hardware ripping basically semiconductors and software selling off to the extreme, and particular the hyperscalers selling off as well. So Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. So the spenders of
everything but Apple and Tesla, basically.
Yes. So the spenders of AI are down. The beneficiaries of that spend, other than NVIDIA, are down, or excuse me, are up massively.
Yes, indeed. And just you asked when was the last time that we had the all-time high. I mean, just looking at by closing, I mean, I think it was June 2nd. So, we're a couple of weeks since we are having these highs that we hit and we sell off intraday, but actually like a good old fashioned closing on the high. I think it's been a couple weeks.
Okay. So I could tell my mistake, Max. I was thinking of the semiconductors index, not S&P, which that probably is at an all-time high right now. So it just shows like semis are running this bull market. And in particular, let's see if I can find your tweet that I think I just retweeted. It just shows how bad the Mag 7 performance is. So of course the Mag 7 is Tesla, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, NVIDIA, and Meta. And this is what, over a 1-year return, Google is up. It's actually it's up, Apple's up, NVIDIA's up, but the other stocks have underperformed the NASDAQ. And so Microsoft, giant spender in AI, down. Meta, giant spender in AI, down. Amazon, giant spender on AI, 11% has underperformed the S&P, underperformed the NASDAQ. Tesla, 25%. That's nothing just to sneeze at. But really, the only stocks that have outperformed have been Google, which yes is a massive spender in AI, but they also design their own chips. And even in NVIDIA, I mean, I would say, Max, just because the semis have ripped so much, like NVIDIA basically should, NVIDIA has been up 100% over the past year, even though it's only been up 44%, because you grew it with the semis.
Yeah, and I will just say the chart looks kind of almost worse if you go year to date. So yeah. Microsoft down 23% year to date. The Mag 7 itself as a complex, so it's not an official index from an index provider. So there's an ETF, Mags, that tracks the Mag 7. So that's what I'm using as my proxy, is now down 2.81% year to date. But there are questions about, like, should the Mag 7, is that even a worthy group of stocks to look at? We have all of these companies coming public. We just had a major IPO. We potentially have 2 more. I'm old enough to remember when we called them the FANG stocks, and the N wasn't NVIDIA, it was Netflix. So the nature of what are the leading most important companies is changing.
They don't really have that. They have like 4 things in common, but it's not like the semis, the software, where they all have the exact same thing going. Like, Meta, Amazon, and Microsoft are massive spenders on AI, as is Google. NVIDIA is a massive, massive beneficiary. Apple is kind of sitting on the sidelines, and Tesla, they have been buying some chips, and they're maybe going to be designing their own chips.
It's an AI company too. It's all self-driving, right?
Yes, but I'm talking about in terms of like the spending on chips or receiving money on chips. So in that thing, it is the Mag 7 is actually a net spender rather than a net receiver of AI CapEx.
Yes.
And that stock has been going down. So Max, I think like during this the token maxing era, started in like March or April when, you had Anthropic, not annual recurring revenue, annual average run rate or something, go to like $47 billion. You had to say, oh my God, the spend is so real. The return on investment is going to be so great. So we can just bid up semiconductor stocks to the moon, which is exactly what people have done. But if you actually look at what the market is saying about these massive spenders of AI, they are not optimistic.
Well, and that's where I think the disconnect is for a lot of people who would say, if we're doubting the spend, then we should be doubting the receivers of the spend, right? You can't have both. You don't get the best of both worlds. You can't have the semi companies as great businesses. And I guess in theory, these guys could continue to spend until their stock prices go down. But we do know that there is a level at which point investors will start to question the ROI and people will step in.
Well, we're there, Max, and investors are questioning the ROI. I mean, it's become so mainstream that, look, I mean, we've had podcast episodes go viral on like very niche financial topics, but like the Wall Street Journal got over 100,000 views on their podcast about accounting, specifically how the hyperscalers are not using stock-based comp in free cash flow like calculations, which is exactly what they're supposed to do according to GAAP. And so it's like it's the nerds' fault from the 1990s that made this fault. It's not the Mag 7's fault. But I think it's gone so mainstream, like everyone's questioning hyperscaler CapEx. You were to throw a tennis ball in the street, it would probably hit someone in the head, and that person is questioning hyperscaler CapEx, hyperscaler return on invested capital. But I actually think, Max, that you can get so much more extreme. I think that these companies could issue hundreds of billions of dollars in equity and borrow hundreds of billions of dollars in the investment grade bond market, as well as enter into contracts that also in the hundreds of billions of dollars, if you're noticing a theme here, with neoclouds and other data center companies who are then borrowing hundreds of billions of dollars via private credit contracts, which are then basically making, and I've talked to these lenders, one of which actually was a podcast interview of Corbin Capital, they're basically saying like, I'm lending to a data center that's going to have Oracle as a tenant for the next 15 years. And even though I'm lending to a sub investment grade counterparty, the real counterparty is Oracle and they are investment grade. Although actually kind of on the bottom end of investment grade.
Oracle these days for sure.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. I guess, that is the big question, but I think overall the leaders in the market have changed, right? I think that's the big narrative violation here, is that if you were to go back a year ago, a lot of people were bemoaning the narrow nature of the bull market and that it was just the Mag 7 stocks. If you didn't own the Mag 7, you're not participating. Well, that has since moved on to semiconductor companies, and not even the NVIDIAs and Broadcoms of the world are leading that. So this is a completely different set of companies leading the market. There are new companies coming to market and people want to get exposure to those companies. That's actually what we're going to be talking about with our next guest. So we are joined today by John D'Agostino. He's a senior advisor to Coinbase and chairman of U.S. Asset Management Committee for the Department of International Trade. Coinbase just launched pre-IPO perps. We're not even waiting for these companies to go public for people to want to start trading them. John, what is going on in the pre-IPO perpetual futures market?
Well, first of all, it's wonderful to be here. I really enjoyed the banter leading up to this. And I got to say, the academic in me got really excited because you guys were describing this phenomena you were describing of like feeling these dips more than the runs. Wonderful illustration of the principle of loss aversion. And it was really, really fun to hear you guys talk through that. So, yeah, I mean, this is super exciting. I mean, we all know intuitively that enormous amounts of value are locked up prior to public listing. And if you thought getting Knicks tickets was hard during the finals, try getting access to the Series B of Anthropic. It's virtually impossible unless you're a deep insider or in the venture capital game. So I've been around a bit longer than you, and I've seen many attempts to unlock this value. There have been attempts to trade the option value embedded in employees of private companies, their pre-IPO stock, which depending on the nature of their agreement with their company may or may not have some transfer rights. This has been going on forever. We have this wonderful new technology in blockchain, and we have this wonderful new method of distribution. And we have, although perps are not necessarily new, we've got this reinvigoration and popularity of this wonderfully elegant instrument called perpetual futures, which solves a big problem, which is that we don't know when these companies will go public. And so if they have termination dates, we have to keep rolling over that position. That becomes really expensive and unwieldy and just not really desirable. And so you mash all this together and you get this ability to take economic exposure to the enormous value accretion that occurs before the public listing. And we have the pre-IPO perps market, which for single asset names is now available to non-US citizens.
So my question would be, when does a company start to get that enough interest that it warrants a perpetual future? Because if you've gone to any of the exchanges that you're talking about, some of the precursors where you could go trade private stock, generally these were employees trying to get some liquidity. If you put up your failing startup, if you were an employee trying to hit the road, they'd say, yeah, we have no interest. We have no interest in your company. So what is the type of company that is actually going to garner enough interest to trade here?
That's a fantastic observation, right? So simply making something more efficient to buy or sell, whether it's through perp creation or tokenization, it doesn't magically create liquidity, right? You still have to have interest. And so one of the qualifications for listing this for Coinbase will be exactly that. We have to have a couple of characteristics. We have to have one, there has to be embedded buy sell interest. There has to be some embedded interest in liquidity. There has to be observable external market factors, because the way we're going to price this is by using a combination, actually the median price of the what's called the exponential moving average, the EMA, and not to get too wonky, but basically it's an average that just accounts for the fact that you're only going to have periodic liquidity in these things. And so you take it, you weight the recent liquidity a little bit higher than you rate the past liquidity. And then the other thing we're going to look at is market observations, so funding events, things of that nature. Now, I think it's Max. Max, you're in the hedge fund business, I think. That should sound familiar to you. That's exactly how holders of pre-IPO valuations, that's exactly how valuation companies determine fair value. So we're just modeling that the same way that a hedge fund that holds, or a private equity firm that holds pre-IPO stock would have their third-party valuation or audit company value that stock. And the advantage of this is if we choose correctly, if we choose high value companies with lots of interest, you have that fair valuation process and you also have liquidity. So without question, popularity will be a characteristic of choosing which to list.
And there have been periods of time where the public market investors have looked at what's happening in the private market and said, these valuations don't make sense. And so my question would be, is the tail going to start wagging the dog here? Are the markets going to start setting the valuations of private companies? Because these private companies are saying, we don't need to go public. We don't need to be marked to market. We can get all the liquidity we need in private markets. But if we start getting these contracts trading, is that going to set the price?
It's a really great question. Who knows? And I'll give you this observation. I spoke at a conference in the Cayman Islands a couple months ago. This is before everything was approved, but we're all still talking about it. And this was a conference specifically for auditors and administrators and valuation agents. So everyone I was speaking to was in the business of answering that question right there. And I asked a room full of several hundred people who are experts in the field of valuation, if you had a thinly traded public stock, and simultaneous to that, you had a very liquid perps market, which would be the appropriate thing to value? Now, traditional valuation methodology says you've got to go to the public listing, but almost everyone in the room raised their hand and said they would look at the perps market first. So to your point, what is true value? It's where you have the highest probability of either buying or selling at the value you're stating. And if that's in the non-listed market, then true value is there. So I think what's more likely to happen is, by the way, you made another excellent point, which is sometimes public and private markets disagree. By the way, the entire SPAC industry is predicated on that. It's I'm going to find something that has public listed comps at a 5 multiple, but I can buy it in the private market at a 2 multiple. That's the whole reason that they exist. What this should all do, whether we're talking about prediction markets, perp markets, all of this stuff ultimately gives more information. So I see a world in the future where that delta between the pre-IPO and the IPO collapses. And by the way, that's a wonderful thing, because who tends to get hurt when there's a big disconnect or delta between pre-IPO and IPO? It tends to be retail investors. That's the problem, is that we have these excessive valuations that get dumped into the retail market. So I just see this effort by Coinbase and others to be trying to bridge that informational gap and minimize the hurt on one side or the other.
John, what I want to know is who's on the short side. So like if there's Apple, I'm buying the Apple stock from someone who's selling it. And then if I'm going long a futures contract of oil, I'm buying that oil from someone who's shorting that oil, because it, and tons of people are shorting oil, whether they're hedge funds, people who want to short oil, or hedgers who are producers of oil. Let's say I'm buying, if someone's buying a perpetual futures of an Anthropic stock, let's say, who is on the other side of that trade?
So it could be a spec, it could be somebody who's just a speculator, it could be somebody who says, I just think these things are silly and they're overvalued. I'm going to take a short position because I think it's silly. It could be somebody hedging in the traditional sense of they own some pre-IPO Anthropic and they want to hedge some of their exposure. Also, lots and lots of hedge funds do what's called factor decomposition, where they try to be delta neutral. They try to go long and short companies, but not every company does exactly the same thing. The only way to be hedged against IBM long is to be short hedged against IBM, right? If you're long IBM, short a competitor of IBM, there's still all these little kind of factors that differentiate those companies. So they do what's called EBITDA or factor decomposition. They try to break down the earnings into all the different constituent components. So they're looking to hedge an exposure to a company using a different type of company, and they want to hedge out that earnings. They might find it useful to pick and choose different ways to short in the perps market. So it takes all types. Like one thing I learned, I used to be head of strategy for the New York Mercantile Exchange. You mentioned oil. One thing I learned from that experience, kind of when I was about your age, was there's a difference between a broad and deep market. So you can look at a market and say, okay, this thing trades like water, man. It's super, super liquid. I thought that about the natural gas market before Hurricane Katrina hit the city of Houston. Then the city of Houston was evacuated. All my liquidity dried up. Because guess what? It was like 9 hedge funds in Houston. And they were gone. They couldn't go into their offices. I didn't have a broad market. I had a deep market. A broad market means specs, commercials, hedgers, young, old, ex-US, US. It means different people enter a market for different reasons. That's when you get price discovery, and that's when you get market stability.
Well, I think Jack was perhaps alluding to a lot of times when a company garners the amount of interest pre-IPO that people want to trade it, it's because of people's bullish interest. The bias is this is a company that I need to have exposure to. I mean, I could think of maybe one major pre-IPO like WeWork. There might have been enough people who wanted to short WeWork that you had an equal balance of buyers and sellers there. But I would say by and large, if we talk about Anthropic, OpenAI, I don't think people are rushing to short these companies. They want to get long exposure. And I guess maybe this gets into questions about how perpetual futures actually work. Can we talk about the funding rate a little bit and
That's
how
exactly
the
right.
funding rate can work some of this out for us?
Yeah. 100%. Thank you for leading me into that. So the first thing I will say this: we live in a world of haters. So no matter how good something is, this, brother. You're on social media all the time. I could post a video of me saving a puppy from a fire, and there'll be a couple of people telling me I should die in the comments.
It was AI. He didn't even save a cat. Yeah, he didn't save the cat.
Exactly. Why do you hate cats, John? Why do you hate cats? But it's a valid point. It's a valid point. So what do you do if you have a preponderance of longs or shorts? And that's why perps are such a kind of elegantly beautiful instrument. Now, there's been a lot of talk about like perpetual futures versus standard futures expiration date. They're actually not that different. When you buy and sell a standard future, the funding rate is just embedded into the opening price. What perps do is say, instead of having a constant series of closes and opens where that contango or backwardation is embedded in the price, the cost of the roll, we're just going to dynamically price it over time. And so if if you start getting too many people who are bullish on the stock, then the funding rate goes positive and the longs have to pay the shorts, and you start to motivate shorts to get into the market. So to your question, how do we find shorts for something that everybody loves? Is you start paying them to take that position. That's the kind of the elegant beauty of perps versus futures. And eventually, if the price gets just too out of whack relative to a market balance, then the cost of holding that long position, or conversely, the gain of holding a short position, will be such that we don't have to have natural shorts. We can make them, Max. That's what's really, really cool about perps.
And where are we? I mean, you mentioned that these are already trading outside of the US. What are the companies that are on that list that are already trading, and are we seeing a nice balanced market?
So outside the US is for the single name index, single name stocks, because that's all we can do. We do have 22 US perps on crypto and indexes that have traded over 200 billion. So it's a massive, massive market. So for pre-IPO, we have OpenAI and Anthropic. Those launched today, I think, actually. Ooh. And then we had SpaceX prior to the IPO. And then what happens at the IPO is the perp, again, very elegantly transfers into a tracking the IPO price. So you can hold it even post IPO if you choose to do so. So pre-IPO, we now have Anthropic and OpenAI. To your point, Max, because they're extremely popular, because we expect good liquidity, and we'll be adding those, thoughtfully as more of those stocks come our way.
So when you say there needs to be interest, is there a contact us form where people can say, I want Databricks, I want, all these other pre-IPO companies? Where are people actually giving you that information that they want to trade these other names to?
That's a great question. I'm not aware of any contact form. I get deluged with if I step off a stage at a panel or anything like that. I get hit. My team gets hit. Coinbase, the one advantage we have of being the largest U.S. exchange is we're just at the center of the ecosystem. So we get all this information, we get all this input. We have teams that are talking to people on the street. I'm on the institutional side. We're talking to the institutional buyers. We're looking at Twitter. We're looking at places where we can see that information. So that's not the hard part. The hard part isn't figuring out which stocks are popular. The hard part is getting the regulatory balance right, making sure we're doing this in a compliant way, and then allocating our resources thoughtfully so we're not spinning our wheels too much with lower quality options.
So you talked about your background working with NYMEX. I guess my question would be, you're talking to institutional investors. Naturally, you could see somebody who was lucky enough to get into that Anthropic Series B as being a natural hedger, saying, hey, you know what, maybe we want to take a little bit off the table here. But my question would be, talking to your institutional investors, are they Texas hedging? Or like when they look at the opportunity in perpetual futures, are people who have been VC saying, this is my chance to double down. I didn't get as much money into that last round as I wanted.
I forgot that phrase, man. Thank you for bringing that back up. Texas hedging. Woo, that dog will hunt. I like that.
Yep.
All hat, no cattle. Look, this is absolutely an economically efficient way to gain increased exposure. And you know some of these psychos out there in Silicon Valley, right? They can't get enough risk. So yeah, that's one option for them without question. But also, as you were speaking, I was thinking it's not just for the simple hedge of I got some pre-IPO Anthropic, so I'll short it. You talked about this dynamic between the consumers of AI, the consumers of compute, and the users of compute. What about the power? What about the power vendor? Like, there's so many elements to how this value chain is made that there's so many different places. I could see like somebody invested in long-term power contracts using short AI as a method to hedge their exposure to that power requirement. So there's lots and lots of different ways to do it. But yes, one way could be to get double or triple long. Again, if I'm a hedge fund with a risk appetite for that, and I've maxed out on my ability to get that equity value, this is a good way to pick up some extra exposure.
So, John, you mentioned that OpenAI and Anthropic started trading today. Do we have any pricing data on?
I've been busy prepping for your podcast, so I'm not up to speed on that. But the nice thing is these things reset every hour. Okay. So we'll be putting out information 24/7.
Nice. That's cool.
Wonderful. Well, I guess, we have single names trading outside of the US. You've got indices here in the US. For US investors, are perps just going to be, are we going to get those single name perps soon? Is there any particular impediment there?
I'll tell you what's not an impediment is our CFTC right now, and the current CFTC has been just fantastic, and we commend them for working really, really hard and working really, really fast to make this a level playing field. It's just not currently. We have, we're able to offer things to non-U.S. citizens that we can't offer to U.S. citizens. We don't think that's fair. We're trying to work with the CFTC to make that happen. And that's unfortunately all I can say about that right now. But the impediment is not our regulatory agency at this point. We're thrilled about that, and we're as excited as you are to make this happen as soon as possible.
All right. Well, John, we will leave it right there. Thank you for joining MTS to talk to us a little bit about what Coinbase is doing with single name perps.
You guys are great. Thanks for bringing Blazers back to crypto. Have a great day.
Our pleasure. Our pleasure.
Thanks, John. There we go.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's funny. This year, I did not think, obviously perpetual futures is something that has been a part of crypto for a while. I didn't think that they would be coming by storm to TradFi so quickly, with all of these real world assets, RWAs as they like to call them. But it is interesting to get some of that pricing data on what people expect. I think it did a pretty good job with recent IPOs, Cerebras, SpaceX, in terms of figuring out what that IPO price would come out to be.
Yeah, I wonder how they figure out what the starting valuation is. And I wonder, I am very interested to see how OpenAI and Anthropic are trading. I think maybe on another perpetual futures thing, like Anthropic and OpenAI valuations were trading, and maybe they were trading down over the past 2 weeks, but I don't want to say that without knowing it the case. But yeah, I mean, it is, just as someone who's tracking these things, it is very interesting to have. Is that what you,
yeah, I'm trying to look and see what we have.
That's on Hyperliquid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting.
But no, let's talk about hyperscaler ROI for a little bit. So Jack, this weekend you released an interview with Ed Zitron. He's one of the most popular, I would say, bears on AI. And truthfully, like, you are an AI bull. Like, let's make that very clear. You're pretty bullish on the technology, specifically on the semiconductor space. So, you had to put yourself in the position to sort of just be open-minded to a lot of his positions. And so I'm interested in what you got out of that conversation, and particularly why you think some of the questions around CapEx ROI are reasonable.
So I want to say, I think broadly you could characterize me very roughly as an AI bull, but what I really am is a semiconductor bull, as you know. And I actually think that there is some compatibility between being bearish on AI large language models as businesses and also being bullish on semiconductors. The way I would frame it, as if, like, everyone knows that the mining business or the drilling for oil business is a very cyclical business and very capital intensive. You have to borrow tons of money and sometimes you go bankrupt. I would say, like, instead of, imagine like the tools for drilling lithium or for producing oil are extremely new, ridiculously advanced, and approaching the laws of physics, and they're produced by companies that are highly oligopolized, or in some instances, such as like ASML with EUV, a literal monopoly. I could imagine, like, if the price of oil goes to $30, like Ed Zitron saying the price of oil is going to go to $20, the oil businesses are going to go bankrupt. I could see the companies that are selling the CapEx, obviously their stocks are probably going to have a tough time while the bubble collapses, if it is. But like long term, they are still longs, and maybe even short term, they're still longs, like right now. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Push back.
No, I mean, I just, if the people who are selling the compute are struggling to make money, the people who are building the models are, in theory, struggling to make money, and the spenders on tokens are not necessarily finding great ROI or cutting back their spend because it's not just so abundantly obvious. That doesn't mean it won't be there. And like last week we were talking about, I was trying to figure out like a word for this type of person. I'm calling them like sloppy adopters. Like just adopting AI sloppily, like you're gonna get a bad result in terms of your ROI. And certainly people who are just kind of aping into it, it's not going to be clear. And so, but let's assume that isn't fixed, right? That people just struggle to adopt AI successfully. I don't see how anyone in the whole stack comes out well.
I think the spend can continue. Like, I think that the revenue for OpenAI and Anthropic from 2025 to 2026 is going to be a very high growth number. And I think that investors in public markets and in private markets, when it comes to technology, get very excited about very rapid growth. And even though Ed Zitron actually is a little bit of a doubter of the Anthropic ARR number from 9 billion in December to 47 billion, and he said, oh well, actually that revenue was he had what basically a huge jump, and then you multiply the 4-week thing by 13 weeks, and basically it would be like, Max, if we signed a giant contract for 1 week and then multiplied that by 52 and then said that's our annualized revenue, and I'm not saying that Ed is right or wrong. I just want to fairly and somewhat accurately hopefully capture his opinion. But even with that, I still think the numbers for growth are going to be very, very large. Yeah.
Well, this is the difference. He's talking about end state. You're talking about path. That's the difference, right? It's important to put a thesis into those buckets. Are we talking about the path of AI CapEx over the next 12 months? Or are we talking about the end state of the results of these investments?
That's a really good observation. So, I think Ed primarily analyzes this from a financial angle, sociological angle, but not he's not like making calls long or short on stocks. But I think if you are trying to make calls long or short on stocks, you do have to think about the path dependence. And I think I am thinking about the path dependence. And I think you're exactly right.
Okay. So I guess my question, look, the market is clearly saying we just looked at the charts of the Mag 7 stocks, right? They're not necessarily seeing this as investment that's turning them into money printers, right? They're starting to doubt that return on investment. So the question is, right, there was a period in time where companies would come out, announce a major equity raise, announce a huge raise in their CapEx, and the stock would rally. We are past that point. We're at the point now where making those quarterly earnings calls, those big deal announcements, they're in many cases resulting in the stocks going down. And now we're at the point where, yes, Google had the news today about a very talented person leaving, but Amazon, no news. Just stocks down, just in general, on no news. And that's just a very different environment than where we were a year ago, where CapEx was largely viewed as being necessary to compete in this arms race.
I think it's tough, Max, because Microsoft is literally the biggest constituent in the software ETF IGV, as is, I think, Oracle. Google and Amazon are not, I believe. But it's tough to see, is the stock going down because they're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on AI CapEx, or because they're software businesses and people are saying, why do I want to invest in software when Anthropic can vibe code software for 1 penny? So I think it's a little bit tough. I'd say, Max, in terms of the narrative, I actually think the narrative reached peak bearishness on hyperscaler CapEx, like back in November of last year, when people were talking about like the Oracle credit default swap index, which, by the way, just like that's very, very a rarely traded instrument. Like it's talk about liquidity. Like I'm quite confident that people are trading like Anthropic or OpenAI perpetual futures, or will start like with more liquidity than Oracle CDS. Like they have like 90 trades in a quarter.
All right, well, fine. We could say that Amazon is not a software business,
yeah.
right? We could say Meta is not a software business in the truest sense in terms of what we're talking about. And
well, Meta is a disaster, Max. I really do, like, I think how bearish Ed is on all of AI CapEx and the ROI, I am as bearish as he is, specifically about Meta.
But this is my problem with the Meta bear thesis. I'm like, how can you out of one, the whole reason to be bearish Meta is that there is no control function for this. There is, because Zuck has his super voting shares. Yeah. He can choose to continue to compete in this arms race with no clear ROI. And people are saying, okay, Meta doesn't have a clear business case for this thing. And so that's why they're being double penalized. So there is greater doubt on their CapEx ROI. And there's no control function to stop this, or it happens way later than it does for these other companies where the returns that we get as shareholders start to matter to the board, to management much sooner.
Yes, and I don't want to, I'm not certain of this, but I think Google also has a voting share arrangement that has a very high voting share to the founders of Google. And Larry Page is, you're not going to find this exact in quotes, but he is widely understood to have said, I would rather Alphabet go bankrupt than lose in AI. So the same issue you have. I mean, obviously I'm way more bullish on Alphabet.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there was a period in time where that statement was viewed positively. Yeah. And that statement is now being held up as like, wait a second, guys, is this what's happening in the arms race?
Yeah, I just think, Max, we've been in a oh my God, these companies are spending too much money. We've been in that world for like 7 months, or maybe even 10 months. I agree with you. I just disagree with you that it's new.
It's new that it's affecting prices, which is now what we're getting to. That's what I'm saying.
Well, but I'm saying Microsoft and Meta have been trading badly for like 10 months. It's accelerated now. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it has accelerated pretty significantly. All right. Yeah.
Well, and maybe, yeah. So, okay. So it accelerated, and then, Iran war was the bottom. Then you had the token maxing thing, pump it up. And now you're having it come down. And again, maybe Microsoft is not the best to look at because it also have the software angle. Yeah, I mean, Amazon is, yeah, Amazon up until like, yeah, for the past month, Amazon's been trading badly, but before that, it was good. Same, I imagine, for Google. And also, Max, we have to say that from Google, from Alphabet, we had this John Jumper, who's a co-author of the legendary paper, Attention is All You Need. He left Alphabet, left Gemini for Anthropic, I believe. Yeah. Sorry, Anthropic. So that could be why the stock was down today. And then you also had some Chinese AI developments, which, look, I'm not going to pretend like I've been testing the model, but we have the CEO of Vercel going on and saying, wow, I'm really impressed with how good GLM 5.2 is by Z.ai, GPU, and the publicly traded Chinese AI labs are rallying like crazy. It is interesting. So, obviously Anthropic, OpenAI is still private, that the AI labs in China are publicly traded. And what else is interesting, Max, is that you have the exact same dynamic we have in the States, where if AI in China is going to be this giant thing and make, it's $1 trillion, $10 trillion, $100 trillion industry, the cloud computing companies should be extremely well, which is, primarily Alibaba. Alibaba stock is trading like a stone just thrown off of a ship. And I know, as someone who's, quite long through Alibaba calls, it's been a long journey up last year and then a long journey down. And yeah, so I think you say the same thing you say about the US of, oh my God, if AI is going to make people so much money, why are the hyperscalers not going to do so well? I do think that the same way I'm obviously much more bullish on semiconductor economics than I am on the large language models. The hyperscalers, I think that they're going to do fine. Not talking about stocks, just talking about business economics, unless the true extreme, the most Edzitron argument of these companies are going to go, the large language model companies literally cannot meet their commitments. You're right. That is an end state thing rather than path state thing. I think over the next 12 months, I see that as quite unlikely, but of course I could be wrong.
Yeah. I'm with you that I think they're going to keep spending for now. But if the stocks keep going down, that can change very, very quickly.
Yes, that's true. So wonder if maybe a good hedge for semiconductors, being long semiconductors, is just buying puts on maybe Amazon, because that is the most pure, like, that doesn't have software, or Google, but I'm just biased because I like Google.
Well, there's an argument to be made that there are some people who like Amazon as a robotics and automation play, that they just have so many employees. I think they're the largest employer in the United States. They employ a bunch of highly unskilled labor to run their distribution centers, and there's a very good chance that that is not going to be done by human beings anytime soon, or in the not too distant future. So and that, like, that was the bear case for Amazon, is people would talk about the retail business that they had, or they would talk about the e-commerce business that they had so negatively, when the real business was actually the cloud business.
Yep.
And it would be funny that if the result of this, of all this AI technology, was that Amazon, like, what becomes a bigger driver of earnings is that the e-commerce business starts to get better as automation makes it all work better.
Yeah, I'm with Chris. I like Amazon as a long-term hold, but you're right. I mean, we can't ignore this is a market show. We go live every single day, 4 p.m. Eastern, folks, and yeah, we can't ignore that that hyperscalers are trading badly. They just are.
Yes, indeed. But the semis have continued to go up.
Yeah.
I know you are starting to look around throughout the semi complex, trying to find the next thing, right? That's something that we're all doing. Yeah. Some people have commented, we talked last week about how Gavin Baker said the bottleneck bros have maybe taken it a little bit too far with every week trying to say, what's the new bottleneck? I know that you talked to Bubble Boy last Friday.
Oh yeah.
So I'd be interested in what his perspective was on the place to be in the semiconductor supply chain.
Okay, I'm not saying that he recommended this at all, but the topic was discussed. How's this for a hedge, Max? Short, if you're super long semiconductors, which I perhaps incorrectly assume everyone is, but short Taiwan Semi. That is the most offensive comment to people who who are in semiconductors or value investors. That's like the one semiconductor stock that they own, because Morris Chang is so good and Warren Buffett loves it. Warren Buffett would still own it if he wasn't worried about China perhaps overstepping into Taiwan. But I think his argument is technological, that Taiwan Semi has this technology called CoWoS, and he does not think that it works at scale, and he thinks basically the yields are going to be down. It's not going to work. It's not going to meet the supply. And he thinks Intel has the solution with EMIB, advanced packaging technology. Basically, the way that chips are getting better is no longer cramming more and more transistor into less and less room. You're now kind of stacking
packaging.
Chips on. I have to be honest, I wish I'd owned calls on Intel. I hadn't, and it is tough, Max, for me psychologically to get long something that's gone up 800% if the earnings haven't improved that much, even though, I'm sure that the market is perhaps right that things are going to get so much better, but I do like to see like a little bit of some net income improvement and huge revenue growth on my chart. That's why I have no problem loving Nvidia, which is like obvious. The revenue has 50x. Like, okay, it's a pretty good bull thesis.
Okay, so packaging, basically saying, I mean, that's at the high end, like the Intel versus Taiwan Semi.
Yeah.
Like, I consider that to be sort of like the top of the market. But what about these more in the weeds areas?
Yeah, he thinks photonics and basically the move from copper cabling to using light, that is going to take longer than people think. So he did not say like short Lumentum or something like that, or short Marvell, but I take it that that is not a space where he is more bullish relatively. On high bandwidth memory, he seemed a little contrarian. He says Max, you and I both know a lot people. I think people can see Micron going up 800% and they assume, oh my God, it's just like uninformed retail buying Micron. Like you and I, Max, know just from talking to people as well as looking at 13Fs, the sophisticated hedge funds and sophisticated investors they're in Micron. Again, I'm not saying sophisticated investors are always right, but that's just the reality. Okay, but he doesn't like HBM that much, and he much prefers NAND because I think it's made from basically the same substrate, like wafers, dies, and so he has been a very noted SanDisk bull. And if you have, I don't have trouble buying something that's up 300%, but I do have psychological trouble buying something that's up 2,000%. And I think from its IPO, SanDisk is literally up 5,000 or 6,000%. So I think without understanding the company way more, you probably won't see me being long that. But I definitely think Bubble Boy definitely knows what he's talking about.
But what about you? We were talking about Bubble Boy's opinions on where to be. What about you, Jack?
So I have had a thesis about Rambus that their licensed IP business could do really well because
what's the ticker there?
RMBS, so same as like funny enough, like same as residential mortgage-backed security. It's been a little bit of a laggard. Historically, they were seen as a patent troll and I don't want to, I'll say it, like a cancer on the industry, because like any chip company that have a success, they just sue and be like, you owe me $50 million. And so they were hated by the company, but they've put that past behind them. And now they're like, okay, we develop our chips. And so I think they only pay so they have the memory IP. So I think they quote unquote only get like 50 million a year from Micron and SK Hynix and Samsung for their memory IP. So 150 million in total, let's say 100 to 150 million. And those are on contracts. So I think they renegotiated that contract with Micron in maybe 2028 and so I think my thesis was that they would be able to come to the negotiating table. I mean, Micron is literally probably going to be making hundreds of billions of dollars per year. I mean, some people say $300 billion per year. And they could be like, look, you know how you were paying us 50 million a year? Let's make it 500 million. I've talked to people in the industry and they don't seem like that is going to happen. And also the industry has told me that there is a move away from licensing. So I know, don't want to name names, but ARM stock is the big, so in terms of basically the royalty model for chips, there are three companies, and from most to least in terms of revenue, there's ARM, then there's Synopsys, which is also a software play, and then there is Rambus. And I can see like an investor like me or traditional investors who like royalty business where it's like, oh yeah, I own McDonald's and all of these companies, all these franchisees, they put up all the capital and I just get like 3% of what they sell. That's a very good business model. So I understand like investors who like quality, a Bill Ackman, a Warren Buffett type would like that business model. But according to, industry folks I've talked to, that they're moving away from that, and like NVIDIA or Intel is designing their own licensing IP so they don't have to just pay $50 million a year for no reason. So that actually is something where initially I was attracted to it, but I'm now moving away from it a little bit. So I do not have a position in Rambus. That is just something that I thought. There also are people who don't like Cadence or Synopsys because Synopsys is in this business, but most of Synopsys business is in software licensing, which is going down. I would say it has to be one of the worst performing stocks in the semiconductor industry, Synopsys, because the market's treating it like it is software, which it is. But it's like, do you really think NVIDIA?
I owned it for a while. I gave up on it.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't even know that. Yeah. I'm considering me a long-term bull on this stock. I also, I don't own it. I never did, but I'm just,
You're psychologically bullish.
Yeah. Well, look, I have if you have 500 ideas, you can't own 500 stocks unless you own the S&P index, which I don't.
Yeah, well, that's the thing in investing. There are no cold strikes. It feels like it though when you miss something like Micron or SanDisk or SK Hynix, right? It feels like a cold strike, but you don't have to own anything.
Max, talk about another business that I think is. I'm not going to say it's an AI beneficiary, as in from 50 years now. We say this is the AI age, and this company clearly benefited. But I'm saying they're a beneficiary of the current environment we're in over the next 12 months. Is S&P, so SPGI, or Moody's MCO. I think that the amount of issuance we're going to have is going to be greater than 2021. Now, you could make the case that a higher percentage of that is going to be investment grade bonds, which have a lower basis point fee than kind of the junkier debt that was raised in 2021 that made there's credit rating companies very so much money. But S&P in particular, they have a software business that was their legacy business, as well as they did an acquisition of credit market index. I forget the name of it. It's escaping me. Like the iTrax and in 2021, it's huge.
It's like
deal.
Market spelled weird.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Market.
Yes.
Yeah. Market.
MARKIT. There we go.
Yes,
Thank you, Max.
Yeah, I know.
And they, so the market is going down. It's even underperformed Moody's, but I just think that there's a fundamental driver. They also have a index business that's remarkably profitable, and they literally own the S&P 500. So every single time someone buys an S&P 500 or just has money there, they get, I think, like 2 to 3 basis points.
You love a royalty.
Yeah, I do. I mean, they do really well over long periods of time. So I do think that that's a beneficiary, and the market's kind of trashing that.
Interesting. Well, I'll close with just a little bit of look back at one of the interviews that I did last week. You know, we have been talking.
Before we do, Max, just watch the Ed Zitron interview. It's on Monetary Matters. It's got probably, I don't know, 70,000 views on YouTube. So check it out. All right, Max.
Yeah. If you're overly bowled up on AI, you should definitely watch it. It's a good way to put yourself in check. No, but I just think that the question about the reindustrialization of the US, it's funny. I did an interview with an investor who I'd like to bring on the show soon, who runs 2 ETFs, one based on reshoring and manufacturing, another one based on electrification. Both have crushed the markets. And the funny thing is, if you go into it and you really look at what are the stocks that are working, it just always goes back to AI, just like all the way down. It's amazing how much this trend has just gotten into every little corner of the market.
Well, who's building in the US? Intel, TSMC. Who's doing the electricity? Eaton, Vertiv. They're all AI stocks. Yeah. But they're not all AI stocks, but most of the ones that are the biggest winners are AI stocks.
But there's a question as to going back to like the automation and robotics, right? Which is this stuff. Yes, it's going into the data centers for all of this compute we're going to need, but it's going to go into other things too. And so there is something to be said about you can have industrialization that looks like it's all data centers that is going to things that are related but still slightly different. And it was amazing to me how many people just like are still focused on the jobs aspect of manufacturing. They're like, talk to me when the jobs come back. Like, folks, the jobs they're not coming back, right? Like,
just because it's gotten so much more efficient. That's the
The jobs are not coming back. Like you can have manufacturing come back to America. You can have industrialization come back to America. And that doesn't mean we're all going to start working the factory line again. Like that, to me, it was amazing to see how many people like that is their judge. That's how they determine
who's the people. Is that the
commenters?
People in the comments? Okay.
Yeah, commenters. And I think that was probably like the least insightful commentary feedback that we got. The people commenting and saying, talk to me when it's more than just AI beneficiaries. Then we'll say that America is kind of coming back in this reindustrialization. I don't fully buy into that side yet, but anybody who's using manufacturing jobs as their benchmark to determine whether manufacturing industrialization is happening in the US, I think is going to miss the boat entirely.
From an investing point of view, yeah, like so sociologically, I agree with them, but that's not the primary angle. I mean, you're talking to a fund manager,
Well, I just think overall, if you're using it as like a benchmark to track these trends, it's terrible benchmark
for investing. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, but even sociological. I mean, I guess maybe the politicians ran on that, but I digress.
Yeah. All right, we'll leave it there. We will be back tomorrow. Have a good day, everyone. We got to say that. And back to you at MTS. Thanks.
we're back. I hope you
We're live.
enjoyed Monetary Matters. It was goated as usual. And we have in the Situation Room with us a guest we've had before. One of my favorites, actually. He's a great guest to have on. He's
Our goat, Peter Herford.
Peter Wildeford, head of policy at the AI Policy Network and super forecaster. So, Peter, welcome back to MTS.
Thanks. It's so great to be back here. I do have to say I'm technically not a super forecaster. That's a trademarked term owned by Good Judgment Incorporated. So I don't want to get in any trouble with any lawyers because I haven't gone through their accredited process. But you could call me a super space forecaster. Like super is just the adjective on the word forecaster.
Right.
Super space forecaster. That's what we meant.
Yeah, but yeah, and I can forecast space as well if you want me to.
So we were talking earlier today about whether Google is cooked. You know, Google's stock just fell like 5%. Noam Shazir and John Jumper both left Google. Shazir went to OpenAI, Jumper went to Anthropic, and it seems like some people are losing their confidence in Google DeepMind. So what do you think is going on there?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really kind of a puzzle because, like, I mean, if you think about Google, they really do have all the right fundamentals. I mean, they were like probably like a decade earlier to AI than many of the other companies. They have like approximately $1 bajillion. They have like a reputation of having all the top engineers, and they also just like own so much integration. Like they can put their AI in Gmail, they can put their AI in Google Docs. Like presumably they have more code than anyone else to train on. So you would think that they would just like pretty easily able to win the AI race just because of all their massive resources. But that kind of seems to not be the case. Like there hasn't been a new AI from Google since Gemini 3.1 in a while. I've heard rumors that they've been cooking on Gemini 4 for a long time, but they don't seem to be launching it. Maybe it's just really not holding up, and it just yeah.
I hear
and
rumors that the Frontier Lab is working on a new model. big if true.
Yeah. It's big if true. But like, I mean, it's just kind of like they just don't seem to have a good coding model. I think their employees are still like using Claude Code internally rather than like internal Google products. And yeah, I mean, it just seems like it's been multiple months without them really kind of keeping pace on the frontier. They do seem to be like a solid like 2 to 4 months behind Anthropic and OpenAI right now in kind of the viability of their product. I mean, they do seem to have a pretty good image model and like good video, but like kind of, yeah, they just seem to be kind of really missing out on what Anthropic and OpenAI are providing right now.
Do you think that that's due mostly to bureaucracy, which is like what people like will generally attribute it to? Or do you think it's like a talent problem? Like what could it possibly be?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely feel like it seems hard to attribute it to anything other than bureaucracy. I mean, I don't have any like strong evidence that that's the case, but like, I mean, Google definitely has a lot of talented engineers. They've had a lot of talented engineers for a long time. So I don't think it seems to be like a lack of talent. Like I have friends who work in Google. They seem to be plenty talented. I guess now that they're bleeding talent, maybe that's kind of a sign that they seem to not really have what it takes anymore to be on the frontier. Yeah, I mean, it might be sort of a similar story to what happens with XAI as well, where they had like a lot of talent to start, but then people started leaving in droves and the company kind of never really recovered from that. Yeah, so yeah, it really might just be like a bureaucracy thing.
So what's the path forward for Google? Can they still be frontier competitive, or will they have to rely on some other advantage, like having lots of compute and selling it to people?
I mean, they already do have so much compute. I guess like, yeah, it's kind of hard to point to like, what are they missing in the secret sauce? But like, my thought is that if you made a model that was like, even like as good as Opus 4.8, like forget about Mythos and Fable or whatever, just give me something like Opus 4.8 level, but then like really nail the integration into Gmail, really nail the integration into Google Docs. Like it's kind of frankly insane that if I want to do something with Google Docs, the best thing for me to do is like download it as a docx and then upload it to Claude. Like, why can't I just do awesome AI stuff natively in Google Docs? Like, I would pay like an extra 20 a month. I mean, frankly, the billing for Google's products is just kind of insane. Like, there's no real like one-click button where you can just like give them $200 and they give you an amazing AI system. They seem like so obsessed with like giving you kind of weak, cheap AI, which is like kind of, I mean, I don't want weak, cheap AI. I want like an awesome Google bot that can just like do all my emails, and it feels like all the integrations should be there. And yet, like, again, like I have Claude driving my email through some like MCP server from my Claude code. And it just really feels like I have no idea what Google's kind of missing here.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good question. I used to intern at Google, so I kind of like saw some of this in action, but also
Really?
like team was very sweet, so I'm not trying to say anything bad right now.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is DeepMind like siloed from the rest of the company? Maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, but like I kind of thought that was supposed to be sort of the point, was that like DeepMind was kind of protected and that let them cook and let them come up with great innovations. Yeah, but like it seems like there's two big problems. It seems like one is that DeepMind is just not putting out the quality models and not keeping pace, and that two, like just no one's really doing a great job on the integration side of things. Yeah, like I know the Gmail team, the Docs team are completely different teams, and maybe there's some friction there. But yeah, I just like, I mean, Google just has everything it takes to succeed. I really don't understand. Like they have like a lot of compute, a lot of data, a lot of talent. They have like everything you would need to be successful, and yet they're not successful. So I'm kind of wondering like, what is the missing X factor? That seems to be kind of a big unsolved problem in understanding what makes great AI.
If they are behind, do you think their stock is priced correctly? You know, obviously not financial advice or anything, but even with, you know, their stock has declined like 12% in the last month. Even with that, it's still like way above what it was mid 2025.
Yeah, I mean, I guess last year they seemed like way more competitive with the frontier, and I think this thesis that they would like kind of own the application layer like made a lot of sense. I mean, I think generally like, yeah, again, not financial advice, but like I definitely like to think about like what companies seem likely to just do like massive automation of labor. I still feel like that's kind of really not priced in. And I think that's probably driving like OpenAI and Anthropic valuations. I mean, like I'm kind of skeptical that NVIDIA ought to be the most valuable company. Like I get they're kind of selling shovels, but it does seem kind of like a lot of companies are working on making alternative chips, and it doesn't seem like NVIDIA is really going to capture all of the value that AI can provide if you really do kind of come up with just a way to like replace entire industries and like take all the profit of that industry into your company.
Yeah, totally. So I guess shifting gears a little bit, you've been tweeting a lot about Mythos, and like a piece of news that came out relatively recently, at least an account called Chubby broke this news.
This is a relatively reliable like AI leaker account though.
Sure. So
One
we're
of the
gonna
good ones.
basically, yeah, we're gonna take it at face value. So allegedly, on June 11th, the same day that Amazon uncovered the jailbreak, Mythos allegedly breached all of the classified systems belonging to the NSA and the U.S. Cyber Command within hours. So does this, like, do you buy this, and what does this mean? Like how does this affect sort of like the way that Fable was handled and, you know, rolled out and then rolled back in?
There's no
Yeah,
way,
I
by
mean,
the
I
way.
think my understanding of following the source here is that like what did happen on June 11th was that there was this hearing in the Senate, and this Senator Warner, who's a Democrat, at the hearing had said that he was told by NSA and Cyber Command that the tool, quote, broke into almost all our classified systems, not in weeks, but in hours, end quote. And it's like directly confirmed that Senator Warner said that. You don't have to trust Chubby. You can just like actually listen to the hearing recording, and you can literally hear the words come out of a senator's mouth. I think the big question is just like, what did Senator Warner mean by that? Like, I mean, we're kind of getting the information third hand. So like, did Senator Warner understand the head of NSA and Cyber Command correctly? And I mean, I think this is an important claim to understand better, like huge if true, if like Mythos really can break into classified systems. Like I always thought
true, yes.
Mythos. Yeah. I mean, I always knew Mythos had like really strong cyber capability. I didn't personally think Mythos had what it took to like literally break into the NSA. I mean, maybe that's coming from AI soon, but I don't think we have that yet. My guess is that what this actually was like more of like a simulated red teaming exercise against replica systems where like the NSA was given Mythos access and kind of was doing red teaming. And that there's not actually like a legitimate like full-on breach. Because I think if you kind of look at Mythos's like cyber security vulnerability discovery in other settings, like the UK government published a test that found that Mythos was like pretty good at breaking into undefended systems, but then like kind of when you added like sort of defenses, like it couldn't really overcome those. And I would imagine that the NSA networks are some of the most heavily defended on the planet. So I mean, I guess like, yeah, what I'm trying to say is I think Mythos's underlying cyber capability is definitely tremendous and worthy of concern, but I don't think it's like actually able to like break into the NSA like just straight up like that. But yeah, I would love to learn more about this claim.
Yeah, this does seem to me in the current moment, as of right now, this seems to me to be kind of sci-fi nonsense. Like Mythos like hacked all of our systems. They broke into the mainframe. It's over. Mark Warner, how old is Mark Warner? He is 71 years old. I don't know how technical he is. Oh, okay. He founded and led some telecom corporations in the 80s. So probably not nothing. But
yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Anyway,
so just to clarify though, like would this have been the red team that is part of the NSA or the red team at Anthropic?
Yeah, so my speculation is that basically it would be an NSA red team. Yeah, I think it was also tweeted by another Washington economist reporter named Shashank Joshi that like she had spoken with the NSA director and that the director had told him that it was like part of a red teaming effort where like NSA was testing the security of their internal networks. And I wouldn't be surprised that if like, let's say like Mythos was just handed all the source code automatically, and my bet is that it can find vulnerabilities in that. Like it's been really good at finding vulnerabilities. But I think when it comes to actually hacking the NSA, where you have to like bypass air gaps and like just getting to the code in the first place is a huge part of the challenge. My guess is that Mythos is not doing that.
Yeah.
So you wrote this article 2 months ago called "Mythos is Just the Beginning. If you're waiting for a sign that superintelligence is coming, this is it." Seems like this is held up like extremely well. And some would say, if you're in our bubble, this is like kind of an obvious take. Like, yes, the line goes up over time, but it's still like continually shocking to me, like just how much alpha there is in the take that like, yes, AI is real. Yes, the models get better, and yes, the models will continue to get better in the future. So like, how is this possibly true? How is there any alpha left in this?
I mean, I guess like from when I had talked to people, I think maybe there's just kind of like a sense that like, I think when like a new model comes out, like people are just really focusing on what it can do and they like update to that, but they don't really price in the trend line. Like, I mean, I think if you look back a year, like AI could barely hack at all. And like now it's kind of finding vulnerabilities exceeding that of human professionals. And then maybe a year from now, it really can do a lot of hacking into the NSA network. Like that doesn't seem crazy to me. But like, I think other people kind of think that like, oh, like if that's true, like that's crazy, that's unprecedented. And like, I mean, I guess I've elsewhere said that nothing ever happens. Like I think there's a take that like unprecedented things don't happen, and so maybe people just kind of aren't really pricing that in at all, just because it like seems too weird or too inconvenient or too much like sci-fi nonsense, and there's just like too much of a premium on the kind of nothing ever happens thinking kind of in AI.
Yeah. So do you think like where do you think Anthropic is thinking about like making newer and more advanced models right now? Because obviously like with the last run with Mythos, a lot of the messaging was like, controversial, or it caused all of this like discourse. How do you think that they're gonna like talk about their new models knowing that they're only going to get more and more advanced?
Yeah, I mean, I think Anthropic is trying to figure this out. I mean, it seems like the big thing Anthropic is thinking about now is this like concept of recursive self-improvement, or like AI just building itself. Yeah, I mean, I think that like it seems to kind of be like the plan of AI companies like Anthropic, that first they like hire software engineers and AI researchers that build AI systems, and these AI systems then kind of contribute to the automation of the software engineering and the AI research itself. And if they can close that loop, which they've made a lot of progress on and think that they can do, like then like AI research itself could just go like so much faster, and then that could kind of lead to automating everything else. And I think there's kind of a lot of open questions about, yeah, like what capabilities kind of come out of that, and like where AI is going. And yeah, I mean, I think that Anthropic kind of really doesn't know what to do about that. I guess like with the cyber, they were like, oh, let's do the trusted access program. I guess that, but I think like that wouldn't really hold up well in like a bio type scenario. So I think like some of these companies are now actually openly thinking about like maybe we would need to like slow down or temporarily pause AI development entirely to enable societal structures and alignment research and such to keep up. Yeah, both OpenAI and Anthropic said that recently. I think Demis, the CEO of Google DeepMind, also, he was like asked by an interviewer, like, in a perfect world, if you knew that every other company would want to pause, if every country would pause, like, would you also pause? And he replied, like, I think so. So like, it kind of seems like all the AI companies sort of feel trapped, where they all want to sort of like slow down and get a handle on what's coming, but they can't because everyone else is not slowing down, and you don't want to lose out. So like that does seem like a pretty important thing to be thinking more about. Like, are there conditions in which we would want to slow down or halt AI research? And like, if so, like what would that even look like? Like, how would we actually kind of get all the companies to slow down? How would we get China to slow down? Like, is there a way we could like create some sort of deal that we could verify what other companies are doing, so we can trust them not to like break the agreement and like rush ahead? But yeah, I mean, my forecast is I think that like some of this like talk about pausing or slowing down or whatever you want to call it, like might become more and more prominent as we just kind of like really run out of ideas for like how to contain like what it is that we're building.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
What do you think, if you had to put a number on it, what are the odds that we're going to see like a real pause proposal with like serious backing within the next year or two?
Yeah, I mean, I think within the next year or two might be kind of a tight timeline, but like I would think it's like more likely than not, like within 5 years or less, that we would like really be seriously confronted with this question and really have to develop a plan around that, just based on kind of where AI is going. Like I think back in January, actually, the vice president, JD Vance, was asked about this in a New York Times interview by Ross, where he was asked, like, do you think the US government is capable in a scenario where AI seems to be getting out of control of taking a pause? And yeah, and Vice President Vance's reaction was that like you would really have to check in where China's at. So like I feel like any sort of plan here would have to involve kind of like, yeah, how do we make a deal with China about AI development? Like, what are the contents of that deal? And like, then like, how do we verify it so we can like trust what China's doing? But we did make similar deals with the Soviets in the Cold War around kind of limits on atomic technology and atomic weapons, where we sort of said like, okay, this is okay, but this is too far. And we had mechanisms to like enable trust. And so like, it's definitely been done before.
Do you think like the risk of not doing a slowdown is more international or domestic? As in like, would it be more driven by like competition between labs in the US or competition between the US and China?
Yeah, I mean, I think the risk itself is definitely global. Like, I think if it's true that we might make like a AI system so capable that we just like don't know how to control it and it just runs amok, like I think that does affect literally everyone on this planet. I think in terms of like who are the people that need to come to the table, I think it kind of depends on how long you need to pause for. Like, I think if you just needed to pause or slow down for a couple months, like the US has enough lead that the US could just decide to deliberately like burn some of that lead in order to slow down AI development.
This has
And maybe
kind
that
of
would like
already happened a
signal.
little bit.
Well, I mean, I think the administration definitely slowed down some forms of AI development, but like nothing about the order on Fable actually like prevents Anthropic from training stronger and stronger models internally. So like, I mean, AI development is still continuing. The White House didn't halt that.
Doesn't it interfere with Anthropic employees' ability to use Fable or Mythos internally?
It seems to, though. I feel like it's been hard to really get a strong read on what Anthropic is and is not constrained by. Like, it seems like they could work on other models, like not named Mythos 5 or Fable 5. Like, if they were just working on, like, maybe they just came up with like a different name, or they just worked on Opus 7 or something. And then, of course, like OpenAI, they don't seem to be under any sort of constraint as far as I can tell. But yeah, just a lot just isn't really known right now. It certainly puts a chilling effect on deploying models, but hopefully also it's just like helping make sure the models are safer. And I appreciate the White House like paying a lot of attention to that. And I think it does show that the US government is going to just like if AI is truly dangerous at some point, if we do get to a point where we don't know how to contain it, like I think the White House is just going to really get heavily involved in that sort of thing. I think the idea that the US government would just like sleep through the whole ride to superintelligence, like many people thought that, but I just really don't think that's going to happen. Like, I think the US government's definitely going to be very heavily involved in this.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know why anyone thought that. I mean, I guess they were
Yeah.
kind of extrapolating from like 2023, you know, the SF Twitter bubble is like, holy shit, this is it. This is superintelligence. And the government is just not even thinking about it. It's not even on the radar. But, you know, obviously as stuff starts to have real societal impacts, then it becomes, you know, the watchful eye of the government comes to rest over it more and more.
Yeah, I mean, I think the US government has just such an obvious national security interest in like some of these private AI companies, like they think they're going to like rival the US government in power, or like even surpass the US government. And I think the US government has such a national security interest in maintaining that supremacy. Like, basically, like, I mean, we've democratically elected a government, we've given them the monopoly on violence, and like, yeah, I just don't see the US government willingly giving that up just because like some AI company says so.
Yeah, I totally agree. Well, Peter, it's been great having you on. Thank you so much.
No problem. It was fantastic to be here. Looking forward to hopefully joining MTS another time.
we're back for
We are.
some banger review. But first, let me tell you about Neon, our sponsor. Scale your startup
Tell
on
us.
Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks, neon.com/MTS.
Continue while I pull it up.
Anyway, we have some various news that just came out. The House Select Committee on China said Unitree was recently designated as a Chinese military company and its products are a threat to our national security. That's so funny, actually. The Unitree dog bot is a threat
by
to
being
national security.
too chill.
Yeah. Yet here is Amazon selling a Unitree robot in America. We need Rep. Molinar's Guard Act to stop this threat and support American robotics. First of all,
How could you
know-
hate this guy? Look at him. He's
He's so chill.
he's so chill. He's just walking
He's
around.
he kind of fly with it though.
Yeah, he can't even do basic manipulation tasks. He
I
can just
know.
sort of like dance around.
He can dance around. He can, kick small children in the stomach.
Yeah, exactly.
He's just kind of chill with it. He's just like he got that swagger.
It's a chill little guy.
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't know that you can just straight up buy these on Amazon, like from the official Unitree store.
Yeah, you actually didn't know this? I think it's more expensive than if you buy it.
I knew
on,
you could
like,
buy it on AliExpress, but I didn't know you could buy it
AliExpress.
on Amazon.
It is more expensive. It's fairly sure.
$18,000.
Let's compare. Express, Unitree. Is that an R1?
Yeah, or a G1.
G1.
This one is an R1. This is only $7,000. But I think it's much smaller and less capable. It's kind of dressed up like Iron Man or something.
Wait, I have to do like a CAPTCHA. Oh wait, no, it's currently more expensive on AliExpress. It's $18,993.
But I wonder if Amazon adds like a tariff or something.
I
don't know.
wonder if
So what's
Free
the difference
shipping,
between
though.
an
Don't worry,
R1 and a
guys.
G1 battery? Free shipping on that is kind of crazy, by the way.
maybe the shipping is included.
Sure,
Here,
but like
yeah.
Amazon is very impressive on this.
And then of course on AliExpress you can also buy shoes for your G1, which
Wait, what?
deceivingly just looks like the G1 itself for $20. So
Getting shoes for my pet robot.
yeah,
Like robot comes while we're doing etymology. Robot comes from like a Russian word that means basically like slave or something like that.
oh
It was from a play.
well that's awkward.
Oh yeah, it comes from the Czech word robota, which translates to forced labor, drudgery, or servitude. So I wonder if robot will eventually become a slur and we won't be allowed to say it anymore.
Yeah, I wonder. I got curious, so I searched up the rules from iRobot, the Asimov book.
Robotnik is forced worker. That's so funny, actually.
It means forced worker.
Dr. Robotnik from Sonic the Hedgehog is Dr. Forced Worker.
Oh, wow.
Which comes from another word, which comes from another word, which comes from another word, which comes from the word rabu, which comes from Old Slavic orbu, which has the same root word as orphan.
Oh, okay.
Robot also has the same root as the German word Arbeit, which means work. Wow.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
So the 3 laws of robotics are: first law, a robot may not cause harm to a human, or through inaction allow a human to come to harm. Second law is
self-preservation, unless it conflicts with the first one.
a
Or is it
robot
following
must
human
obey
orders?
human orders. Yeah.
And then the third one is self-preservation.
And the third one is a robot must protect its own existence unless
Right.
that conflicts with the first 2 laws.
Yes.
Guys, it's that easy.
We just solved AI alignment. Actually, Isaac Asimov solved AI alignment for us in
in 3
1930
sentences. Yeah.
or whatever. This is cool. Unitree, bionic robot joint motor servo motor. So if you need to, build your own robot or I guess replace a part in a Unitree, you can get your own servo here for $1,700.
Cool.
Oh, for 4 of them. Okay. I was like, why is it so expensive? This one, Unitree Go to Air. This is the I Show
Embodied
Speed
AI.
robot dog where he made it do backflips and put a flamethrower on it.
Mm-hmm.
I Show Speed is like China's strongest soldier.
Yeah, he is the opposite of the select committee on the CCP.
Yeah, basically. Oh, look at this one. This is a Unitree style robot dog.
Dude, look at
But it's $68.
oh. Is it just like made out of plastic or something?
These are AI images. It's probably made out of plastic. It's like a little remote control thing.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to be doing any real work for you. But then again, is the Unitree?
It's not going to deliver your DoorDash to you. Hate to break
I
it
feel
to
like
you.
this is just like not the right thing for delivering DoorDash.
No, it's definitely not. The
Just,
only
like,
thing this I
Put
can
it in
see
a
this
box on wheels.
useful for is like taking, I don't know, like camera footage of like some random mountainous region that is like
Like search and rescue missions, I think. it could be
search and
very useful
rescue.
for.
Yeah. Like maybe navigating like weird terrains or something.
What are robot dogs useful for? Yeah, hazardous industrial inspections,
Mm-hmm.
tactical law enforcement. Tactical law enforcement's crazy. Send out the robo dogs, just fry the bird. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're barking. What are we? I show speed now?
Sorry, I just
Okay. What even
Tweaker
was
moment.
that? The robot dogs don't even make,
I know.
they don't even bark.
They should. They,
Elderly
you got to let
care.
the barks out. Yeah.
Letting out my inner wolf on MTS.
It's like the, you know, the
Yeah.
yeah. No, but they don't have robots currently, like humanoids or quadrupeds that have like some sort of voice interaction mode, right?
Probably they do, right? Like you can just,
I haven't seen any.
they probably
I'll
come with a
search it up.
speaker and a microphone, right? They must.
Let's see. Do Unitree come with voice?
Yep. Unitree Go2 has a built-in speaker and microphone.
Mm-hmm.
STEM and AI development, yeah. So test obstacle avoidance and stuff. But for what? Robotic pet. Wow, the first robotic pet was the Furby.
I remember those. I wanted one really bad. They're actually extraordinarily freaky looking.
Okay.
Search them up.
I
No,
don't-
no, not those. Like the old version.
The 1998
Yeah.
Furby. Yeah, that looks demonic. I don't like that.
Scary.
That
Do
is
you ever
really scary.
watch that like web series on YouTube?
They still sell them. Now it's much cuter.
Don't hug me, I'm scared.
Yes.
That's what that reminds me of. Wait, that traumatized me
What's your
so
favorite
bad.
idea? Mine is being creative.
Yeah, it was
How
so
did you
scary.
get the idea? So good. So peak.
It was
Don't hug
peak.
me, I'm scared is actually peak.
Not even slop, just peak.
Yeah. Well,
Okay, anyways. So what do we like rabbit hole?
11 Labs,
About
AI
here.
that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Or maybe Blitzy autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster, blitzy.com.
Or maybe even Granola, the AI notepad. Try it once and never go back. Granola.ai/MTS. But
Or perhaps even
Okay.
merge, build once, connect every API tool and LLM, OpenAI, Dropbox, and Ramp. Use merge to get AI to production faster. Merge.dev/MTS.
that is great.
Wait, the the bit could be just like saying it as fast as possible.
Blitz through it, like Blitzy autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
Okay.
We have some
anyways.
serious news from the White House with quantum computing executive orders.
Oh yes.
There's two executive orders, 14409 and 14411. So let's look at the first one. Basically, the advent of large-scale quantum computers will pose a significant threat to cryptographic security. In light of these threats, the U.S. must take steps to strengthen cryptographic protections. So what is going on with here? Secretary of Commerce and a bunch of other people will provide agencies on an ongoing basis with comprehensive technical guidance on post-quantum cryptography implementation. So basically, there are algorithms that we use to secure computers that could be hacked more easily by quantum computers, and we need to migrate these systems to post-quantum cryptography so that they cannot be hacked by quantum computers.
Okay. Harnessing quantum computing for scientific applications. There is hereby established the Quantum Computer for Application Development and Discovery Science, QCADDS effort, which shall be coordinated by the APST. This national effort shall pursue development of a quantum computer at a scale intended to initiate the era of quantum-enabled scientific
Oh, is this
discovery.
the other one? It
yes.
is, yeah.
So
Quest.
this is starting the QCADDS. Okay.
Okay,
Cool.
so yeah, this is a big one. Also interesting that this one includes, this national effort. Basically, like he's making a government project that pursues a development of a quantum computer that can initiate the era of quantum-enabled scientific discovery.
Okay.
Hmm.
So I wonder how
It's
this
gonna
ranks
be
on other like national
An
technology goals.
explicitly government project. I think probably, if I had to guess, the admin is most thinking about AI right now.
Yeah, I would
because
imagine
of
this is,
Mythos.
not a super priority.
Secretary of Energy will establish a national center to develop the tools and capabilities required to accurately assess the performance of quantum computing systems. One thing that's standing out here is that this seems like much more comprehensive than a lot of government-related plans on AI, which is a much nearer term and bigger technology than quantum. Expanding and retaining the quantum workforce. I know this means workforce of people who work on quantum computing, but quantum workforce sounds like some like Rick and Morty stuff.
Yeah. That's so true. Oh hell no, where am I, bro?
What is that? Where do you
I was trying to search up China's 15th FYP, which does not stand for you page, but rather stands for 5-year plan. And I got redirected to this website.
Where am I, bro? Oh hell no, I'm not on the English internet anymore.
And I'm not even in Chrome, so I can't auto translate.
Oh, I got it.
Okay.
It's like really long, by the way.
Yeah.
I think
would
it
imagine.
does mention. Does it mention?
It does. That's why I was trying to search it up.
Oh, it's not letting me keyword. There it is. Quantum. Yeah, artificial intelligence, quantum technology, biotechnology, new energy.
They also, if I remember correctly, mention brain-computer interfaces a few times. Sorry, that's so funny for no reason.
What?
The second image is just like, what does this mean?
I don't know.
What did they possibly mean by this?
Okay, wait. I'm gonna have Claude explain this one.
This is just like,
Explanation request.
what came first, the chicken or the egg?
Thinking. Oh, metaphor for whatever this is. The process of converting scientific/technological research achievements into commercialized products and industries. Oh, this is really interesting, actually. So the successful path is from the egg to the chick to the full-grown hen. And then the failure modes are empty broken shell, which means fake results. The quality was never substantive to begin with. The rotten/spoiled egg, the research had value but sat too long and became obsolete.
Yeah.
And then the cracked egg with the yolk spilled out, mismanagement during the transfer ruined it. Interesting.
Wait, this is fascinating. Why don't we use this framework?
Maybe we should. Technology is like chickens. Trying
Right.
to explain technology to an agrarian society. Okay, so imagine a chicken. I think this is actually relevant to this quantum stuff because Trump mentioned specifically like accelerating commercialization of quantum computing. Yeah, so deliver the commercial and research benefits, commercialization. So we want to not just like have this research like siloed inside of the government for no reason other than like curiosity. We want it to, you know, build technologies that are accessible to everyone, that people can benefit from broadly.
So what companies are working on quantum computers. Obviously Google, NVIDIA is also, but not in like not in a super like over, like I don't think they're
IBM is
working
actually
on-
like one of them.
Which one? IBM?
IBM, yes.
Oh, really?
Google,
IBM.
Microsoft, and Amazon are all working on it. And then there's these, IonQ, Quantinuum, D-Wave Quantum. It is really interesting that we seem to be making a lot of progress in a lot of frontier tech at the same time that's not just AI and is basically pre-AI. In the sense that, like, yes, AI is very useful to like people who work on technology, but it by itself, it slightly accelerates productivity.
Yeah.
Seems like even without like AI, even without AGI, it seems like we would break out of the great stagnation a little bit, which is pretty awesome. Should we do some banger review?
Yes. Bring them forth.
All right, our first banger is Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance at konghq.com. Let's bring forth some bangers.
This is really a benchmark for like how the quality of the group chats that you're in. How many
Maybe I should
bangers they
just
can
look
deliver
at the
to
actual
you.
group chat instead of just scrolling my feed.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at some of these group chats. It's going to take Twitter 57 years to load.
Yeah.
So let's see if I got anything good in my likes tab. Oh, semi-analysis points out on the Unitree thing. This approach will mean that American robotics companies can't access the hardware they need for R&D.
What was the GUARD Act? Did we look into that?
The GUARD Act restrict minors' access to AI companions and mandate.
Wait, what does this have to do?
Is this the same one?
Probably not.
Guarding the U.S. against adversarial robotics dominance. So actually, it should be the GUARD Act. Is a bipartisan bill targeting dangerous foreign-made robots. Okay. Prohibits the importation of humanoid and quadruped robots from foreign adversaries, specifically China. Directs national security agencies to review these for espionage capabilities and backdoors.
Bro.
Any robots not reviewed within a year of the bill's enactment would automatically be banned. This bill has gained support from domestic robotics firms. Well, of course it has.
So like low key, what if we just do the same thing that happened with TikTok, which is just like some sort of like joint venture or some other company buys like part of Unitree? I don't know, something like
China
this.
would not allow that.
Well,
The Chinese government would not sell a Unitree to an American investor.
they already do. They already sell these in the US.
No, I mean the company. They wouldn't like sell equity in the company.
Or like, yeah. Or like some sort of verified reseller or some, I don't know. But banning these outright, I think, is like kind of shooting ourselves in the foot.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. Oh, this is interesting. Biobanger review. It's kind of bio and econ. GLP-1s for weight loss impact lives beyond health. My new paper shows single women's marriage/cohabitation rates rise 29 percentage points. Employment among unemployed women rises 27 percentage points after 1.5 plus years. So wow, these are like really statistically significant changes. That's pretty.
And this only applies to women?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, these graphs do.
I'd
Let's
be
see the whole
curious if
paper.
like cohabitation rates. So are cohabitation rates for men just less affected or unaffected?
Let's find out.
I wonder.
Okay, section 6, men. The most striking result I find among men is that unlike women, they leave their baseline partners after treatment. Whoa. So they hop on Retta, they get super skinny, they get jacked, and then they're like, nah, I can do better.
I'm out, fam.
That's crazy. Among men partnered at baseline, treatment increases the probability that they are no longer with that partner by 6.8 percentage points. This grows to 12.1 percentage points after 1.5 plus years. Wow.
Insane. So this makes them switch up on their day ones.
I guess so.
And then presumably, I guess for women, it's like these people are already single, but then it just gets them to be not single or something.
Yeah, so does that have the same effect for men?
I
Let's
wonder.
see. Panel. GLP-1 effects on men. Where are those? Oh, it's Appendix E. There it is. GLP-1 effects on men. Okay, here it is. Effects of male GLP-1 initiation for weight loss. Okay, so post. Employment doesn't change. Weekly hours change quite a bit. Wow, employment doesn't change at all. Partnered, what? Slight negative effect? Very slight negative effect. So basically no effect. So women are much more likely to become partnered after hopping on GLP-1s, but not men. Interesting.
Yeah, there's deeper internal things that have to be done.
Yeah. They need to invent GLP-1s for the soul.
That's good. Wow, that's fascinating, actually.
That is fascinating. Brian
No
Johnson.
effects on employment is interesting because I feel like there was a lot of research on like discrimination in the workforce due to like body type or whatever. So I would imagine that it would actually have more of an effect.
It did have a substantial effect for women.
Just for women. Interesting.
Yeah. Brian Johnson, I eat fermented foods daily. 1 to 4 tablespoons of sauerkraut, kimchi, fermented beets stirred into veggies. Raises gut microbial diversity and dropped 19 inflammation-related proteins in blood. High fiber diet alone did not shift diversity. So a reminder, audience, eat your fiber and your probiotics. This is the real banger.
Wait, high fiber alone did not shift diversity.
Yeah, you need both.
Yeah. I'm actually super pro sauerkraut.
Love sauerkraut.
It's actually really good. It's like across the board tastier than pickles, IMO.
I don't know about that.
I enjoy it. And kimchi's pretty good too.
Best California highway is I-395 through the Owens Valley from Victorville to Reno. Wow. Incredible.
Okay, looks like we GTG.
Well, let's quickly mention AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising is easy to scale as digital at adquick.com. And we have one more.
Oh, can I remember which one?
Yes.
Would it perhaps be Macroscope? Would it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. AI code-based understanding for engineering leaders. Macroscope.com/MTS.
And of course, Merge. Build once, connect to every API, tool, and LLM. OpenAI, Dropbox, and RAMP use Merge to get AI to production faster. Check out merge.dev/MTS. And we'll be right back with Sophia Du and Paul Backhaus.
Welcome back. I'm Sophia, and today I am here with Paul Bacchus, the creator of Impeccable, an open source tool that teaches AI coding agents how to make real design choices. And this morning, Paul, you actually announced Renaissance Geek. This is the company you have built around it, and I'm super excited to talk to you today.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pretty big day for us.
It's a huge day. I mean, for anyone who's just watching this and tuning in, you guys just announced a fundraise led by A16Z, with Anish actually being the one to lead the round. And you guys have a partnership with GitHub. Can you tell me a little bit more about what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, right, Impeccable is an agent skill. And so for anyone who's not used agent skills, basically a plugin for coding agent. And it started as a completely open source project that I needed for myself, mainly because I figured out that driving coding agents to design well is actually quite challenging.
Yep.
And I noticed that designers oftentimes get much better results actually than engineers when using the same exact model, same everything. And I figured, well, why is that? And I noticed it's really due to the language that they use, like the language. And so that was sort of the start of Impeccable, and then it kind of exploded, became quite popular, and I'm happy to talk about that more. But yeah, today it became a company, which is kind of crazy. So the popularity of Impeccable, the organic adoption of Impeccable, I think gave Anish enough signal, say like, well, I think there's really something there. You should explore this more, and that's how the fundraise happened. And now. The GitHub partnership is really exciting too. GitHub saw quite a few of their users using Impeccable, and actually like internally at GitHub, they've used Impeccable too. And so this too came out of the blue, all inbound. But they really think of Impeccable as something that can raise the quality to another level. And they're all about quality. So that's super exciting.
That is incredibly exciting. And I personally am someone who actually uses Impeccable in my day-to-day.
Nice.
So
that's awesome.
Someone who was actually, I come from like a product design background and I have a computer science background. And exactly what you said, the actual wording as a designer, you know how to say, like make this, like the actual design language versus something just like make this pop or make this better. And the language behind how to make good designs and how to not have slop is incredibly, incredibly difficult. And so I like to say that what you're working on is almost ending slop. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can ever completely end it, to be honest. I mean, yes, I'm trying. And that's also like a part of Impeccable. So one of it is the language, right, to steer. And to your point, right? I mean, actually, like every designer who's listening to this will know this feeling of like having a stakeholder who says like, well, can you make it pop more, right? Like, what does that mean?
Fix it,
doesn't
make
mean
it look
anything,
nice.
right? And so that doesn't mean anything to the agent either. So I think that's the problem why you just often get subpar results. But yeah, another part was actually figuring out the slop problem, right?
Yeah.
And I noticed that certain AI models produce different kinds of slop. In fact, like if you use Impeccable today, if you're using it in Codex, it actually uses different rules than if you're using it in Gemini or if you're using it in Claude, because they all produce completely different slop. They're all overfitted in different ways. And I ran a lot of evals to figure out what are these patterns of slop. So I think, yes, Impeccable sort of has a baseline slop detection built in, both rule sets and like a hook that actually fixes them and notifies you. But to be honest, the issue is that slop is a moving target.
Yeah.
Like the slop that we used to call slop a couple of years ago, purple gradients, for example, the models really don't produce purple gradients anymore.
Not anymore. Now it's like the nice font, the italicized.
Yeah, right. You have like instrument serif, which is now sort of like a band font. I mean, you have like weird italics. You have like the craziest thing about this is that this happened to me twice actually. The first one was the initial design of the Impeccable website.
Yep.
The project is called Impeccable, so I try to craft a brand that really feels like sort of Devil Wears Prada, sort of like really precise, pristine. And ironically, I ended up on the exact look that Claude Design and other tools now produce out of, right? like the serif fonts, like the
Yeah.
the tinted backgrounds, all of that stuff, but that was manually crafted.
Yeah, but now
Ironic.
now they're all doing that. So how exactly do
And
you
yeah,
define slop? If the bar just keeps moving, say, Impeccable does really, really well and these designs just get better and better, does everyone now have these designs that all look like Impeccable's beautiful designs? Does that create slop 2.0?
yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I think ultimately, yes, slop is a moving target. I think everybody uses the same defaults. Everybody would point out those same defaults. I went through great lengths. I mean, you can never please
Yeah.
everybody, but I went through great lengths of crafting the new Impeccable brand with a material that I haven't seen used much, which is a kimpaku, which is like a Japanese gold foil. But here too, like, there are haters everywhere. Some people like it, some people don't like it. But ultimately, I tried to come up with something unique, and I've tried to build into Impeccable. And this is early days, but I built these things called anti-attractors. Instead of picking like, go from one font to another font that then everybody uses, which is also not great. It's basically asking you a bunch of questions to see the randomness, and then allows you to go into a completely different part of the latent space to hopefully pick a font that nobody has used or hasn't used in a while. Like that's
Yeah.
really unique to whatever you're doing. Um, I'm doing that right now for fonts. I'm doing it for colors, and I'm trying to expand this in more directions so that it really is shaped by you together with the agent, as opposed to just like, okay, one shot me something nice, right?
Yeah, and that's the huge part that you just touched upon. It has to be shaped by you because ultimately AI can continue to get better by execution, but it's not going to get better at intent. It's not going to know what you want in your head and what your personal taste is, how you want to invoke emotions or you want people to feel. It can't understand that just from, or you might not even have a strong sense of what that is. So you have to develop your own taste profile to actually become a better prompter to build better products, right?
Yeah, for sure. And also, it kind of touches on ownership too. To be honest, like if you, for instance, I mean, we had this even with Midjourney back in the days, right? If you create a quick prompt with Midjourney, you create something beautiful, oftentimes you don't feel ownership over it because you weren't really involved in the creative process, right? And so I'm trying to involve people more and more in the creative process in Impeccable, and almost like working like a design team, right? That's working for
Yeah.
you like a design director, to make sure that you actually feel ownership. I don't know if you ever heard the just add egg kind of like story of General Mills. But I mean, for everyone listening, I think it's a really interesting one because back in the I think 50s or 60s, there was this issue that General Mills had with these like powder packages of like bake mix cake, whatever, cake mix, and people wouldn't buy it, and they were like, well, why are people not buying it? And it was basically everything you need in one package to make a cake. But when they talked to a lot of the women, who were the main audience at the time, why they wouldn't buy the cake mix, they found out that the main reason is that they felt guilty that they didn't play a role in it, a part in
Yeah.
it, right?
It's like the love
And
of making
so
the cake.
exactly,
Yeah.
right? Like as a solution, they added an egg to the cake mix, right? They're like, okay, well, at least you have one role, and that is to add the egg. Now, with Impeccable, I find that really fascinating because that basically made them feel ownership in ways that it didn't before. Now, I'm not trying to use lazy tricks like this in Impeccable, just to be clear. I'm trying to actually figure out what it is that you're trying to make and have you develop your own intent, your own viewpoint.
100%. And
Yeah.
that's something I found super interesting about your work. It's like you're identifying these shifts of how the web is changing what's possible, and you're figuring out what's the gap. How do you actually build the bridge between that? You did that with like the jQuery UI and all of the Chrome, Google extensions and developer tools, and now you see that the gap is the design. How do you enable developers and people to actually develop their own sense of taste, to be able to create things that are beautiful and come from humans and their human intention, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's well said. I feel like it's been my job actually for a very long time to think about where the web needs to head next. Like I really, I mean, Google hired me for that reason, right? Google hired me to make sure that the web stays afloat and actually is flourishing. And so for the longest time, it was always my job to think ahead and figure out what does it need, and the web is this really careful equilibrium that involves many parties, right? Like the builders, whatever, like the companies, the consumers, and the advertisers. And so it's a complex problem to figure out where does it need to go, what are the current challenges. But I think one particular challenge, and it's something that I've talked about today in my thought piece, but also in the podcast, is the problem of cognitive surrender versus cognitive delegation. And I didn't coin that term, but I heard it at a design conference I was at a while ago, and I thought it really coins a problem that I've been noticing a lot in teams everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, in teams that I've worked with contractors, with employees, with everybody. And it's really once you get AI built, right? Once you're building something with AI, it's so easy to go down the slippery slope or rabbit hole of you know what, I'm gonna delegate everything to the agent. I'm just gonna agent max, I'm gonna loop max, I'm gonna set up goals, I'm going to do everything in the agentic workflow that people expect me to do, because I see all these guys talking about it on X, right? I see how they're 100X engineers, and I must be that person too, right? And so now I'm realizing what the models can do, and I'm delegating everything to it. But now I have zero ownership in all of this, zero agenda, zero taste, nothing of mine is still in the process. And now there are two problems with this, right? One of them is, well, where does it all lead? Even if the models did a perfect job, where would it lead? I mean, why are we still building a human world?
Yeah.
For humans, right? That's one interesting, I mean, we could go that rabbit hole forever. But the other problem is it usually produces mediocre work. And that's something that I'm specifically focused on with Impeccable and Renaissance Geek, right?
Yeah, it's going to take the medium, the mean of everything and produce average work.
And it feels right now you kind of need to choose between either doing this okay, well, hands-off sort of agentic thing, or you're back in Figma and you're crafting everything from scratch, or whatever in your code editor. It's not both.
Yeah.
Which I find strange. And I'm trying to enable a workflow where you kind of get to 80%, the baseline design becomes better, but then the last 20%, we put the human back into the loop to really bring it from good to great.
Yeah, and Paul, I know we're at time, but I did want to ask you one last question. You named the company that you guys launched around Impeccable, the tool, Renaissance Geek. I love this word Renaissance. It's about the art, the revolution. And I'm curious, what is the person that you want to understand what you guys are building?
Yeah, I mean, the idea of the Renaissance Geek, and by the way, this was my blog name for a couple of years. I mean, there's been a lot of discourse.
I know,
Thank you. I mean, here too, it's ironic because some people are saying Renaissance now overused, but I've used it many years ago. I feel like I can claim it. But the idea really is, I noticed that AI makes somebody who's uniquely curious and uniquely interested in culture, society, technology, really dangerous in the sense of okay, well, they can learn everything now. They can find their ways to everything and can become one-person companies almost. Now, I'm not trying to stay a one-person company. I am right now, but I'm starting to get, starting to build a team. And so I am hiring, if anybody's looking for an interesting role as a design engineer, kind of trying to craft the next generation of design tools, come speak to me. But really, the Renaissance Geek is this idea of somebody who is intensely curious and can figure out all the different parts of craft, and has a unique viewpoint, right? So T-shaped generalists that can complete work in ways that previously you have all these specialized roles. You have a specific designer, specific engineer, etc. I think right now everything is happening all at once, and the best teams will be made out of these geeks that really want to craft something great.
Wow.
That's ultimately the idea.
That's beautiful. The future will be crafted by these T-shaped geeks. So, Paul, it was such an honor to have you on and learn more about Renaissance Geek and everything that you guys are doing with Impeccable. And I'm excited about the future that you are creating and enabling people to have better taste and create things that come from your human sense of design and creation and not let AI replace our abilities to be human. So, Paul, thank you so much for joining us and excited to have you on again.
Thank you so much for having me.
And we'll be back with MTS.
Welcome back, everybody. It is so good to be back. I'm here from the Melbourne studio, the outer reaches of the empire here, after a week in San Francisco. Now, you might be thinking, if Gabriel spent a week in San Francisco, why did I not see more of his handsome face? And the answer is, I was just explaining to our next guest just before we went live, I did get struck down. I did fly too close to the sun, and my wings melted, and I had to return to sea level for a couple of days in the middle and recover. That Californian air, it took me out in a single blow. That said, it was so lovely to be in San Francisco. There was so much going on there. It really is. If you're watching this show right now and you live in the Bay Area, you're in the middle of it all. You are in the middle of it all, and you should be grateful. You should be grateful. Now, it is a bit of a trip, but we are in the middle of a few other things. And we have with us our next guest, Josh Levine, joining us, the Director of Technology and Statecraft from our friends at FAI. All round, very interesting character, Josh. Very good to have you with us. Now, our last conversation was kind of like, please explain to me, like I am 5 years old, what is happening with quantum and how that relates to advances in quantum computing, and how does that relate to the policy sphere, to the sphere of governance, we even went so far as to talk about the potential kind of downstream effects on kind of manufacturing and the build out. It was a fantastic conversation, and like magic, like there was people in DC listening to what we were talking about, Josh. We've had a big announcement today. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you again for having me, Gabriel. It's always a pleasure to be on.
It really is always a good conversation. Now, maybe I should start, for those not familiar, including myself. There was a big announcement this morning. There was some kind of like cryptic tweeting from the White House, which is always a bit of a trip. And then they followed it up with an announcement maybe an hour ago, maybe 90 minutes ago. Tell us about what was announced and what the contents of that was and how significant it was.
Sure. Yeah, happy to. The posters were in control earlier this morning, and they continue to, I think, seed the timeline with some fun edits that I think plenty of your viewers, if you have been exposed, if they haven't yet, maybe get the algorithm churning a little bit more. And you'll see some fun quantum inflected images and messages. The big news today, there are two executive orders that were signed by President Trump. Both of them concerning quantum computing, and we'll take them one at a time, Gabriel, because I think it actually touches on, it's a good division, I should say, of the conversation we had last time. One of those focused on kind of, I think, what you can maybe point to as maybe the flashy, the commercial, the scientific developments, the manufacturing components that, this administration, targeted some of these things during its first Trump 1. Trump 2 picked up right where it left off. This is, excitement around quantum as an enterprise, quantum as a tool for scientific discovery. The second one focuses on maybe some of the doubts, some of the threat, some of what the spookiness of quantum, when people, most people, when they hear quantum, the first kind of grasp at it is, oh, that thing that's going to break encryption, the thing that is going to basically put all of my family, my business's data potentially at risk if someone has this sci-fi machine, running in the background. And the second executive order, I think, looks to deal with some of that, assuage some of those fears, and basically prepare the U.S. government and its allies to, be ready for the day when we have a fault-tolerant quantum computer that can start running some of these algorithms, Shor's algorithm most notably, which we spoke about last time, which could pose a threat to traditional, RSA encryption. So that first order, it hands a large kind of convening power to Mr. Michael Kratsios, who's director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy. He plays a key role in the administration on all things, science and tech. He was involved in some of the AI orders and the AI action plan, his office. But now he's kind of stepping into the fold with quantum. Him, and I would also point out the CTO of the United States, Ethan Klein, both on hand for this announcement. Michael, or Director Kratsios, pardon me, a little bit too, informal there. But they're talking about, how the administration has, catalyzed investment in quantum. We've seen, massive amounts of private capital crowding into this sector, both after that initial NQI reauth in 2019, certainly the latest commerce investments, which we covered on your show last time, Gabe. But the big thing here is that we are working, toward building the next national quantum strategy, outlining the different work between agencies like the Department of Energy, the Department of War, the National Science Foundation, how we can leverage quantum for scientific discovery. Talk a little bit about that in the Genesis mission, if you'd like, looking at what the other kind of, beyond just the first kind of, to start there. There is now a, in language, in the executive order, it talks about evaluating and figuring out what will be necessary for the Department of Energy to acquire a fault-tolerant quantum computer that can aid in like true quantum discovery in the sciences. So I think that's, to me, a really exciting feature of this order. It brings together, various parts of the federal government who are focused on kind of the science and technology enterprise of the United States of America. This is the Genesis mission. How do you accelerate scientific discovery using, various computational platforms? AI has obviously been a big component of this. As we talked about last time, again, quantum is this like kind of a complementary technology, but also a new step forward here, which I think is very exciting. The second thing I would note is noting sensors and quantum networks, looking at DOW, both from how do you leverage that capability? How do we also have secure supply chains there? How can we ensure that once the technology is as it gets more mature, can we procure and develop these technologies at scale without being reliant on supply chains that go through adversarial territory? I think everyone is thinking PRC, but there's other ways that could potentially get fouled up. And then kind of finally, the third big point of that first order I would note is directing the Department of State to be working with like-minded allies, ensure U.S. companies can work in collaboration with folks abroad. This has, I think, been a big question. I think it's valuable to note this, that, administration that has been so heavy on domestic manufacturing, domestic investment, but also through programs like Pax Silica, like other efforts, is trying to build those bridges, build these new pathways of, mutually beneficial exchange with allies and partners around areas of advanced manufacturing, scientific innovation, and technological discovery.
So, Josh, if I can just kind of
go into the next one,
go ahead.
No,
I was just going to say, I think if I kind of step back and try to understand the context here, it sounds like, and there's two interesting things to what you just said. The first one is we've got this first executive order. It's, if you thought from a theoretical level about how a government might, or how an executive in the US might use their executive powers to try and control or influence the organs of government, right, the organs of state, towards preparing for and being ready to take advantage of advances in quantum technology. I think, like, as a novice, as a kind of someone coming from outside the US, right, as not a necessarily close observer of the US government, this seems to be like quite a sophisticated strategy, quite a sophisticated kind of document, which is like really trying to use that executive power to kind of push, to signal. There is both kind of substantive elements to the executive order, instructions, giving powers to people. Those are significant. We shouldn't downplay those. But there seems to be a big signaling element as well, which is signaling to the entire US government that this is going to be a priority moving forward, and that it ought to be considered from all these different lenses, right? From the DOE lens, from the DOW lens, and then this state lens as well. And that kind of brings me to the second thing, which is quite interesting about what you've just said, which is the Trump administration, you'll forgive me for saying this, but it has not been known for its multilateral approach to global issues, right? It's not been known for its kind of multilateral cooperation as a go-to first strategy. And yet here in this quantum executive order, immediately directing state to work with like-minded partners. So I suppose they're on the verge of statements there, Josh. But react to those two statements. Tell me what you think. What have I got wrong there? What am I misunderstanding?
Yeah, sure. So I think I'll take one at a time. I'll start with the second one. While I think it is true that this administration has taken a different approach to how we engage with allies, with maybe more middle countries, kind of third country partners, as well as adversaries, I wouldn't say that they don't engage in multilateral engagements. I think they have eschewed multilateral organizations. I think a thesis of the Trump administration,
that's an important distinction,
is so I think it's important to note that, like, the Trump administration has, I think, in my opinion, a lot of times been rightly critical of organizations like the UN, Certainly, members, the EU and its member states and how they've approached some of the technology policy. This has been a big feature of the trade negotiations, and Representative Greer at USTR. I think that's notable, but also if you look at the organizations and the types of agreements that have been signed through programs like Pax Silica, they are working with lots of different partners, including some of those in those, blocks or in these kinds of, groupings of allies who they've been critical of. I think this is more maybe reflective of, and I believe this meme has percolated throughout, various corners of the internet, like the deal guy occupied government of this administration likes to make deals. We can then merit out the effectiveness and the values of those deals after they're made. And there's a big one that's happening right now that I'm sure lots of people have thoughts about that I think we can leave off this program. But I think the idea that the United States, there's a lot of talk about America first and sovereignty, which certainly bleeds through this executive order. But there's also a recognition that with technology that is as complicated and multifaceted and likely at some point distributed as quantum will be, lots of states, including the EU, certainly the PRC, Australia has major investments in quantum, as we talked about last time. This is something that is going to be a focus of the rest of the world, and a recognition that partners and allies will play a role, and hopefully will play a role to advance kind of the interests of the United States and maybe our greater coalition. Moving to the first question you asked me. I think this is certainly, I think it's a further step that shows the seriousness with which this administration takes kind of emerging technologies, particularly ones that have implications for the health, the prosperity, but also the security of the American people. AI is certainly, I think, plays into that. And I think quantum, with some of the advancements, some of the promises that have been made by researchers and by companies who are building and scaling this tech today, the U.S. government recognizes that. They also recognize that there's lots of facets and components of the USG that is involved in quantum science, research, and development. National labs play a role here. Certain kind of organizations like the Jet Propulsion Laboratory at NASA is doing lots of, as part of Caltech, pardon me, who is doing some really interesting work in quantum sensing and quantum navigation. Folks in Maryland who are working, close to Fort Meade, within the National Center of Quantum as part of the University of Maryland campus, doing lots of interesting work. And these are things, so I think showing and taking seriously the technology and trying to convene, I think I note about, you made a mention of, how detailed some of this document is. Look at the timelines on when these reports and when this information needs to be, fettered back through the executive branch and then throughout the halls of government. It's 180 days is the national quantum strategy, but deadlines of some of those other ones are 30 days, 90 days, 60 days, and that's even faster when we'll get to the next executive order, which is related to securing data assets and securing high value assets as they're defined in the order when it comes to a post quantum encryption environment. Yeah,
that's super interesting, and so I'd like to get. Later on in the show, we're going to talk about the second executive order because I think it's good to kind of talk through what has been announced. And then if we get time towards the end of the show, I'd love to get your view just in general about how effective it is to be making policy about kind of detailed, quickly advancing technology. AI is a big one, quantum obviously significant. How effective it is to be making that policy through executive orders. Because it's interesting to me. It's something I'm trying to understand. There is an element of I think if the audience is listening to this, they might just be thinking, okay, how serious is it if it's an executive order? But there's also another element to it, which is again, control of the executive state is clearly critical to do anything in the US. And the executive order is one of the big tools you have at your disposal in that case. We can get to that later, though. For now, take us through the second executive order. You just touched on it now. It's kind of about preparing the US government and critical sectors for a post-quantum world and the potential threats that has. Take us through it. What's the significance there?
Sure. I think the significance there is, taking seriously the cyber threats that could be posed by, certainly a private company, but I think a state or a non-state actor outside of the United States acquiring an FTQC at some point in the future. It directs various parts of cyber the cyber detail as well as DOW to start working across agencies for folks to identify their HVAs, the high value assets, I believe is the term. Correct, check me on that, someone. But that is, I think, basically like, what is the most important data that you currently have, or the systems that you have that are currently running on RSA or earlier types of encryption? What is your appoint your point person? That's actually also quantum cyber lead. I'm probably butchering the term there, but like the person who is going to be responsible and like expected to run the show on figuring out what assets have been migrated to a PQC environment, which ones haven't been, what's the plan to do so, and how quickly can you get it done, and what's it going to take. So I think this is being, I think, forward looking. We don't have these systems in the wild yet. But I think as we've seen recently, I think we're going to talk a little bit about executive order and fast-moving technologies. We've seen in other contexts people being caught off guard by the power and the ability of certain systems to go and challenge and identify vulnerabilities in in existing software infrastructure and existing government infrastructure. Which I would, if I'm reading the tea leaves a little bit here, that some of that language and again, the timelines, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, short timelines when you talk about the US government, or frankly, probably any government outside of maybe Singapore or, the UAE maybe, but like they're moving quickly and they're trying to move things, send a signal that like this is something that, is not to be trifled with.
Yeah, that's super interesting, and I think that makes sense. So I think if you're just joining us now, Josh Levine and I talking about the 2 executive orders coming out of the White House today that are about, in different aspects, the kind of coming expected improvements in quantum computing. The first one dealing with some of, I suppose you could kind of split it off and say the first one dealing with some of the opportunities, the second one dealing with some risks, the first one focusing on kind of coordinating between departments to kind of encourage and a benefit from this technology as it develops. The second one focused on trying to manage some of those risks. Now, your title, Josh, is Director of Statecraft and Technology. It seems to me that there is quite a bit of statecraft in these 2 executive orders. You've touched on, as you went through those 2 executive orders, you've touched on a few elements of that statecraft. So one is the use of these short timelines with report back directives to senior government officials. In my mind, that kind of technique, the advantage that it has is it really lights a fire under senior people within the government and appointees usually, and their job then suddenly becomes, okay, I have to get the rest of the government moving quickly to respond to this. And from my own experience working in government, there is nothing that motivates people faster than seeing a written document that they have to sign off on and needing to give their red lines on it, right? Like you can say, you can ask a department or you can ask an area or you can ask a team, what is your view on this particular issue? And they'll say, come back in 6 months, we'll write your position paper, we can talk it through, we'll have a series of meetings, we need to consult widely. Give them a written document that says, here is what we believe about X. Please note in red pen anything you disagree with here, and you'll have a result back in 24 hours because they have no choice. So that to me, that those short timelines, this method of appointing a single responsible person within the government to deliver back a report back on, that's required by the executive order, they seem to be quite interesting tools of statecraft being used here. What else have you noticed just in general, as someone who focuses on technology, as someone who focuses on the interaction between statecraft and technology, what are we seeing in these executive orders about how the technology-focused portions of the Trump administration are using these tools of government to be effective?
A really interesting question, Gabriel. I think beyond our short timelines, I think it's, particularly in the first EO, which is on kind of more of trying to materialize and actualize some of the benefits, for the American people. It is recognizing that different levels of expertise are divided within, our different executive branch agencies. And while that might sound obvious, well, of course, Josh, it's like people do different things. Department of Commerce is a different remit than Department of Energy. But I think if you look specifically at like the boards and kind of the interagency setups that the executive order creates, for things in the science, the DOE, DOC, DOW, we're always going to play a major role kind of in this rollout. I think when you think about the way the technology has progressed and who is like been the most forward leaning on the technology within the government, with OSTP being that kind of convener at the top, working directly, very closely with the president. It was kind of clear that those were going to be the folks who were going to run the show on, thinking of commerce, thinking investment. You have DOE thinking national labs, scientific innovation, and you have DOW thinking about the security applications and some of the supply chain security elements here. But it's then the other folks that they have brought in, recognizing there are, other people who play a role. So on, the research and the sciences side, you also have the National Science Foundation, who has, long been involved in supporting, but also overseeing and being involved in quantum research and quantum science. You also have them actually playing a role in the labor component here, thinking about what is the labor force the United States needs to take advantage of this capital investment and this new technology, as well as the Office of Personnel Management. So thinking through, like, who do we have in government now who can be not only effective in, catalyzing and supporting the, government's role in, ushering this, technology in, but also how do we have people in government who can, effectively benchmark or shot spot or, help truly understand and work to advance the aims of the administration. When it comes to some of the security components, you also have people coming in from the NSA, from other parts of the IC, beyond just like maybe the folks who are sitting within the Pentagon right now. I think this also notes, the amount of the focus that this Pentagon has taken around trying to integrate and identify emerging technologies that can, be leveraged to support the warfighters, support, the administration's, national security and intelligence posture. So I think that is a reflection of this administration of trying, looking in the toolbox and seeing all the different combinations and permutations we can create to try to build effective policymaking. Now, will it always be clean and work all the time? It won't. I don't think that's an expectation that you should have, but any enterprise, certainly a government. But I think it does show that there is this emphasis on interagency process. And that there are lots of people who have differing views on how the technology can and may not realize the opportunities while trying to mitigate some of the risk.
That makes perfect sense. And it was a hard question. I sprung on you. We're here to talk about the executive order, and I'm like, all right, tell me, what tools do they use? How do you craft an effective executive order? I think it's super interesting stuff. It's a little bit under discussed in the tech scene. More generally, it's something that even, I think, within DC, even within political circles, is maybe not completely understood, right? Because people are very focused on what the policy should be. They are very focused on how to message that policy to a democratic, to a constituency, whether that constituency is narrow or broad. But they are less sometimes focused on how do you actually materially achieve your policy goals? What are the tools that you have in front of you? How do you use those tools most effectively to get the desired outcome? So I think it's a kind of fascinating subject I always find interesting to return to. And it's great to talk to you, Josh, because you're someone who clearly appreciates that too. I can imagine a critic of, not necessarily a critic of the approach being taken here, but a critic who shares your goals maybe on the end state here, who might look at these executive orders and say, okay, it's great to have EOs. It's great to be forward-looking. This is a technology, we're doing some planning here, which is not responding to an immediate crisis. It is trying to look forward to what is coming down the pipeline. That is quite hard to do in government. Respect to that. But, maybe a critic would say, why isn't there legislation here? Why isn't this being put in front of, the lawmakers? So, can you give us a sense, does this feel to you like part of is there a broader piece here where it eventually goes in front of lawmakers? Is there, or is this a bit of a, sign again, as always, of the dysfunction of that organ of government?
Yeah, sure. I'm so glad you asked this question, Gabriel, because it's a perfect opportunity to plug a great piece of legislation that is currently making its way through the halls of Congress, which is the National Quantum Initiative Reauthorization Bill, That bill has passed successfully out of committee on the Senate Commerce Committee. It's now making its way through Senate ENR, which is Energy and National Resources, for those who aren't like congressional sickos. It's also there's a version of this, a complementary, so it's a bicameral, bipartisan bill that is also moving its way through the House. Representative Weber, I believe, passed this out of committee sometime in the spring. I'd have to go back and check my exact dates on that. But this is a bill that enjoys strong bipartisan support in both houses, both chambers. And I think the way to think about this, whereas I think there is a read here that I can hear someone saying to me, well, they just they took the air out of the wind out of the sails of this reauthorization effort, this executive order. There are lots of crossover. I think there's lots of areas where the executive order does touch on things that NQI seeks to do and hopefully will do if signed into law. I actually think about it in a different way, in that this is confirmation that the administration is like taking very seriously this question of policy, this specific area of technology. It deems it to be something that the government should be or has some stake to be involved in. And if that being so, to your question of how do you have staying power, how do you have continuity across administrations, across governments, then actually there should be no better time than right now to go and pass NQI. If you believe that this technology is potentially as powerful and beneficial, but also potentially threatening, as I think a lot of us I think it is, and I think a lot of people would agree that it is, then yeah, it does behoove Congress actually to move that legislation and take this opportunity to codify, not only what's happened in the executive order will be codified by the NQI, but there would also be, for those who believe we need even more, more structure, there needs to be more direction. These executive orders, notably, they don't appropriate funds toward doing new things. They talk about where funds should be directed, evaluation of like what types of funds would be needed to be appropriated to purchase like an FTQC for the DOE that is science ready. NQI can solve and can support. I think it can be a complementary piece, but in fact, not only that, it would like really put a strong stake in the ground that once passed into law, is not going anywhere, at least until, parts of that legislation would run out and need to further be reauthorized. But at that point, hopefully we are in a world where the technology is, fully enmeshed and is something that, we look back and say, wow, weren't we so, credit to members of Congress and credit to the administration, as well as, obviously, this isn't possible without all the scientists and the investors and the machinists and the manufacturing components, right? Cannot do it without them. But this is kind of like a whole nation effort. We can look back and say, wow, look at, this is something we, from a technology policy perspective, we did a pretty good job.
Yeah, we weren't taken by surprise. This didn't come out of nowhere. Right. It was something that, that's interesting. I hadn't quite fully processed that this was a bipartisan bill going through Congress.
Tremendous. Kind of being... Senator Cantwell, who's the ranking member on the Senate Commerce Committee, has, she's long been a champion of quantum, as well as Senator Durbin on the Democratic side. Point out Senator Young, Senator Cruz's leadership on this, Senator Rounds. This is like, you have a lot of heavy hitters on the Senate side who, do a lot of really serious policymaking, who are behind this effort, and are really trying to move it forward. And so, I hope this is seen as, an opportunity, rather than a setback.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really interesting. You can imagine, right? A framing of this, in kind of swamp talk, which is like, the administration has pipped this bill to the post here, and they're trying to claim all credit or what have you. But I think, to your point, and maybe this is my big dumb open Australian mind, but it seems to me that like if you wanted to do, if you're trying to work on something which is, it's coming down the pipeline, it's in the future, right? It's not an immediate risk, but it really behooves the government and the country to prepare for it when it does come. It seems to me that it makes complete sense to have a kind of a dual approach here, right? What can we do immediately through an executive order? What can we do on longer timelines, but also with like more consultation, actual funding ability behind it, right, through Congress. So, we'll see how it gets reported in the press. Maybe
we'll see.
Doing this.
Yeah, we'll see. But I think I hope there's room for both. I would note that Ben Guggenheim at the Washington Post has been following this issue quite closely and has done some really good reporting on it. My collaborator, Dr. Pananda Narang, and I did an interview with Ben as part of his newsletter about a couple weeks back. We talked about some of these issues. So if listeners and watchers are interested in learning more, I would recommend going and checking out Ben's newsletter for WAPA.
Fantastic. And the recommendations you gave us last time on just like trying to understand the quantum moment and what's coming and trying to see it through this lens of kind of preparation and opportunity. I think they were all fantastic, Josh. So if you haven't already, find Josh Levine on x.com and find his writing because it's really great. I'm going to finish here with a final question for you, Josh. Then keen to hear any final thoughts from you on anything you'd like as well. But we've talked about the 2 executive orders. We've talked a little bit, touched on quite lightly this bill that's it sounds like it's in front of both houses of Congress. Is there anything left on your wish list here, Josh? What didn't make it in? What would you like to see in the coming months?
Oh, that's a great question. I don't know. So I think what would be on my wish list, I think, frankly, the first and foremost with the NQI reauthorization happening and moving apace, I think that would be really exciting to see. I am interested, like the part of this EO that I'd love to see fleshed out a little bit more and see how it actually is, put into practice. So maybe, waiting on some of those reports to come through, is particularly how, how U.S. companies, particularly companies in the United States, how allies are perceiving this. And, some of the deals we've seen signed, with Undersecretary Hellberg, taking some very, the aesthetics are great. I love the pictures of him in front of the massive supercomputing like clusters and like that's great. Like, can we have that moment for quantum? If some allies who have there are certain nodes in the supply chain that we talked about last time, our allies and third kind of middle countries are producing like some really, really amazing technologies. And I want to make sure that I think it's important that American companies, American innovators, American researchers have access to the best technology in the world. So how can we make that a reality? And I'll add one more is I'm looking forward to and hearing and seeing a little bit more, particularly from the DoW side, around kind of sensing, lasers, networking. Those components, which I think are like we talked about last time, those are a little bit, more near term, more likely to be deployed soon, potentially like real upside in being able to, develop and deploy those technologies. So I'm encouraged or would like to, that's what I'm going to be looking forward to. So I'm going to be, my wish list is getting to, read a little bit more and see a little bit more inside how what the sausage looks like on the other side.
Yeah, fantastic, Josh. That's great. That's really interesting. So if you just joined us now, Josh Levine, Director, Technology Statecraft at FAI. This is our second conversation on quantum, and I find a very, very interesting space. And I think I started from a position of like, okay, this has been 5 years away forever. And now it's just in the space of a few weeks, right? It's really, it's not necessarily that there's been big announcements on the technology side, although there have been some, but it's really clearly something that's being taken seriously at all levels of government, and very exciting to see, Josh.
Indeed it is. And it's always a pleasure to chat with you about it, Gabriel.
A real pleasure. Thanks again for coming on. We'll say goodbye for now.
Yep.
We'll drop, and I'll be back with another guest shortly. Thanks again, Josh.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome back, everybody. Fantastic conversation. I always enjoy talking to Joshua. If you missed it, we had Joshua Levine. He's at Joshua T. Levine on x.com. And he is the Director of Statecraft and Technology at FAI. And we've had him on before to talk about advances. There were some headlines about advances in quantum computers and what that might mean. Joshua has a very interesting perspective. He is interested both in the technical side about what is happening with the technology, but he also has this kind of policy lens. He's quite interested in understanding where US government policy should sit, what the opportunities are for the US. And then today, he was really, an ideal guest to talk about the news this morning because there was two executive orders coming out of the White House, out of the Trump administration. The first one was focused on doing some internal coordination within the US government in order to prepare the US to benefit basically from the technology. So there was some things assigned to DOE, some things assigned to DOW, some things assigned to the Department of State to work with US allies and think about how they might coordinate between US allies, the response to or how they might coordinate, the technology stack across US allies. So very interesting. That was the first executive order. And the second executive order was focused on some of the risks and about preparing high-value assets, high-value data within the US government for a world of post-quantum encryption. Very interesting. And it was great chatting to Joshua. I hadn't quite realized, I hadn't quite put together the fact that there is also there's also a piece of legislation going through Congress at the moment. There's also a bill in front of both houses of Congress, bipartisan bill around quantum computers. Similar aims and goals to those two executive orders, but of course, with a few differences and a few different emphasis given that it's a bill and not an executive order. And it was great to see, Josh kind of really pulled those two things together and contextualized them for me, so I can kind of see how it's connected together. Very interesting, and I think we're often very skeptical of the ability of governments to kind of genuinely engage with technology which is present right now. It's clearly quite difficult for governments all around the world, not just the US, to understand and approach advances in AI with a prepared mind, with a view to both the risks and the opportunities. That is challenging enough. But to address a technology which isn't even here yet, which is kind of coming down the pipeline, which, as I said, my first conversation with Josh has been coming down the pipeline for 5 years, that is something that, the government has historically not been very good at. So, look, that's one to think about. It's very impressive to see this happening, to see this level of coordination, to see the executive orders being made on quantum computing, to see the bill being put together bipartisan bill being put together in Congress. Fantastic conversation with Josh. So definitely check that out. Check out our conversation on the stream if you didn't watch it just now. I'm going to drop for 2 seconds. I'm going to be back with another guest because there is more to cover today. A lot of stuff going on. Very exciting. We're going to be talking about the Anthropic MICRON deal. So if that's something that's interesting to you, if you're interested in understanding the hardware aspect of the AI revolution we are currently living through, come back in just a few moments. I'll be back with our guest and very excited. So I'll be gone for 30 seconds and I'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Melbourne office this time.
Yeah.
I'm here back in Australia. I'm talking to a good friend of mine now,
Yeah.
Stephen, and also basically the MTS chip correspondent.
I don't know how I got this role. Well, I guess I run a chip
What
company.
happened was we bullied you relentlessly with requests, and even if you say yes to only 10% of our requests, it means you come on a lot because we love having you on. Now, Stephen, I should start out here. Stephen Kleiner, you are the CEO of Sphere Semi.
Yeah.
And you make AI designed chips. You do a bunch of different stuff. In our last conversation, we actually talked quite a bit about what Sphere is up to.
Yeah.
If Stephen is interested, if Stephen's company is interesting to you, you should follow him on Twitter. You should invest in his company. You should watch the elements of our last episode where we talked about exactly what it is Sphere does, and we'll continue to have them on to hear about that because I think it's a very interesting subject. But we've also made you our roving chip correspondent. So anytime anything happens,
they put me in the. They have me. They're telling me to try to sneak into TSMC, and I've told them several times I cannot do that.
Exactly. We said we want an analyst number 4 style Citrini. We're gonna put a funny little mustache and a wig on you.
I just imagine
imagine
like China's invading Taiwan and like bombs going off, and then like you have me in TSMC. It's just a disaster. My wife is calling Theo.
Yeah. Get him out.
Right.
We're like,
he was the one who decided.
We've got like a guy on a jet ski circling the island, waiting for you to fall in the water.
Okay.
Things we can only dream of, Stephen. There was some big news today. Well, I shouldn't overstate it. There was some news today. I wanted to have you on the show, Stephen, to understand it, to contextualize it. The news itself is, and I should get the terminology right because MICRON Technology, US memory company, and Anthropic have announced a strategic agreement. And the strategic agreement includes, a strategic agreement is one of those corporate words that seems to actively hide what is going on here. The strategic agreement seems to involve some sort of commitment between Anthropic and MICRON. It involves an investment by MICRON into Anthropic's Series H.
Yes.
And it involves some kind of broad promises about co-design, architecture, work together in the future.
Yeah.
First of all, I'd like to get into what is MICRON, where do they fit in the stack, how can we help kind of contextualize this for our listeners? But we should start with just what is your immediate reaction to this deal, and then we can come back.
So look, I have a general take, which is that what Anthropic is doing. Do you know how airlines will lock in the price for jet fuel? It's like a fairly common concept that airlines lock in the price for jet fuel because it could go down, it could go up, but they want to have a stable price so that they can have stable margins. This is basically what they're doing on what is essentially a commodity product traditionally, which is memory.
Yep.
Now, what they're actually locking in is, and this is going to get a little technical, and I can go into this in a little bit, which is that as context lengths increase, if I'm reading whole code bases, if I'm reading large legal documents, if I'm doing all those things, the longer the context, basically I need a greater KV cache. I need more tokens or keys and values sitting on memory close to the model, ready to load and do the inference calculations. Anthropic is basically saying, I think that's going to continue going up, so I want to lock in a price of memory. I want to make MICRON my friend and have them join forces with us in a way that gets me a sort of a good amount of value in the infrastructure build out that I'm doing. Now, as I have kind of said on the show a couple times now, this is a little bit on the bearish side for NVIDIA, right? This is a little bit on the bearish side for NVIDIA because if you're NVIDIA right now, you want to own all the infrastructure. You want to have your HBM and your infrastructure with your HBM and your GPUs doing everything. And what Anthropic is saying is we don't want to be tied to NVIDIA. We no longer want to be tied to NVIDIA. What we'd rather be doing is building out our infrastructure independently, piece by piece, with like, this, I don't know, like we want, this, memory architecture, and we want to be able to buy chips that are maybe inference chips like TPUs and stuff like that, or whatever inference chip is out there, Cerebrus, and we want to like specially gear up everything around what we want to build. And this is bearish for NVIDIA. So this is kind of cutting NVIDIA out in an increasing way. And I have said that Anthropic seems to be the most NVIDIA skeptical company. Now, it's not that OpenAI isn't. In fact, I think OpenAI, unlike Anthropic, has their own chip design team. So they might be even more, in a very OpenAI way, like, and on this show, we love Rune and OpenAI. Like
100%.
Right, what?
100%. Couldn't agree more.
Like, we love Rune.
Yeah.
I hope he's watching. I hope he notices. I hope Senpei notices, or whatever.
Notice me, Senpai.
Notice me, Senpei.
Yeah. Sam Altman, don't care. Rune.
Love Rune.
Please notice me.
So, what OpenAI might be making like a longer term, like sneaky bet on coming out with their own thing, but like in general, Anthropic has been pretty public about their, like, not public, but like pretty unsubtle about their desire to get off of NVIDIA. Everything else being considered in China and the Huawei chips, it's pretty bearish for NVIDIA, and this is just another sort of mark, I would say, on that. So that's how I think about this deal. It's lock in a price for longer context lengths. You want more, the longer the context length, the more memory demand you have, and we can go into why that is in a moment. But like, that's the history. And I can give you the history of what Micron is if you'd like. We can go.
I think we should come to that, but I think it's a good point to pause there for a moment, because if you're just joining us now, if you're trying to understand the Anthropic and Micron deal, I think what you've said there, Stephen, it makes a lot of sense. So the context is Anthropic and Micron have signed this deal. Micron makes memory. Here, the most relevant type of memory for the AI build out specifically is HBM, high bandwidth memory. You mentioned that, Stephen, that as context lengths grow, as the KV cache needs to grow in size, that all of that data is stored. It needs to be stored in memory. It needs to be stored close to where the actual matrix multiplication is done, and the bandwidth between the memory and the matrix multiplication, that bandwidth is often the limiting factor in how quickly you can perform inference, right? It's just a lot of time is bottlenecked, kind of shuttling back and forth data from the context into the compute and then back to the context.
Where do you want to start? Do you want to start at like, why do we care about memory, or do you want to start about the history of Micron?
Well, I think we should go back to Micron now, because it's an old company. It's an American company. It's founded in 1978. Unlike a lot of the other members of the supply chain, the long tail of the AI supply chain, they're based in America, and they kind of survived several waves, right, of demand for chips. So tell us about history of Micron, Stephen.
So there was, many years ago, Toshiba basically dominated the memory market, right? Like, Toshiba won the memory. It looked like Toshiba had it in the bag, right? Toshiba had won the memory wars. We were all going to be like, the Japanese were going to buy, the Empire State Building in, like, I don't know, like they looked really grim. Did you know Japan? I think it was a short period that Japan had a higher GDP per capita than the United States, and that's about like, that's like the 80s, 90s era, where like it looks like Japan is going to take off, and America, it's over. We came back, and like there's a part of this story which is that like Micron's bet, and they were in Idaho, was that they could reconstruct how the Japanese memory manufacturing system worked from scratch, and like go and like win that market. And it turned out to be true. One of the things that I've always complained about with, like, you'll hear this on Twitter all the goddamn time, is that like, like in order to be a chip company that manufactures chips, you have to have like very small hands and be Asian or something. And it's like, you hear this a lot. You hear things like this a lot. And it's just like, as Micron and Intel show, the Americans are like really, really, really good at chip manufacturing on a lot of different levels, and Micron's a great example of that. So Micron, basically, it's not a monopoly, right? But they got very good at this DRAM thing, which is this idea that like you use one bit, like one tiny capacitor is one bit, right? So like you can basically use like a bucket of charge to like create memory, right? So it's either it's one, it's stored one means it has charge and stored zero means it doesn't. And this is dynamic random access memory. And like this is what it was a simple scaling thing that was wonderful to do. And like that's what Micron got really good at. It was four guys in a basement in Idaho or some ridiculous shit like that. Anyway, Micron has it's a global company now, right? They did something very sketchy recently, which I thought was funny, where the CHIPS Act gave them a ton of money and they used the money to build a fab in Singapore. And I think the American government is quite pissed at them.
Naughty.
It was a little naughty. Whatever. We can forgive them. They've now signed a deal with Anthropic.
Well, and I think it's worth pausing there as well, because so this is a company that goes back to 1978. It's competed in the chip wars. It's kind of big competitors now, like SK Hynix.
I think Toshiba might still be in there. You can look this up. What's important here is that Micron was very good at one thing, which is the memory business is cyclical. It used to be, or it was, cyclical. And I looked at some numbers early, just like a couple minutes ago. I looked at some numbers. Was it? I had some really good.
You find those numbers, because I just want to say,
I
was looking this up before the show as well. Okay, you go with the numbers.
Here it is. So like in 2023, Micron had, and this is very classic for like the memory business, it had $15.54 billion of revenue and a gap net. It was like losing money because the memory cycle was so brutal. By Q2 of 2026, like this quarter, they had 23.86 billion in one quarter, 74.4%, gross margin, and like $13.79 billion of net income. So it used to be the case that memory was a weird cyclical business to be in. You'd make a lot of money when everyone was buying a computer, and then when everyone stopped buying a computer, or a phone or whatever, like you'd have built up too much capacity. It was a capacity business. You'd build up capacity, and then you'd slide down. So one of the things that caused the memory shortage was that you had this world in which these memory companies were like, I've seen this before, I've seen this play out before, you're going to get me to build all this capacity, and then I'm just going to be screwed, because like the cycle's going to turn the other way, and I'll be in an even worse net loss position than I was before.
And we should just emphasize that for a second. I think this is true across the semiconductor supply chain, right? This is true for every part of the semiconductor supply chain. And maybe especially true in memory. I'm interested to know why it's specifically true in memory. But the nature of the market seems to be that it's extremely capital intensive to build up the fabs to make the memory.
Yes.
And so you get this demand signal from the market that says, we want a bunch of memory, like Doom just got released, or like GTA 5 just dropped. Everyone wants a PS5. Everyone wants a computer with a graphics card.
Do you remember when
everyone wants a bunch of RAM to open like more than 3 TAM tabs?
Do you remember when you got your first like video game system for like Christmas? How wild that was, or Hanukkah or whatever.
It was so good, dude. The first PlayStation, dude, it was
so awesome.
With Crash Team Racing with my father was like, it's like a central part of my memory.
Yeah.
And so this is what happens. Everyone wants to buy a new PS5. Memory prices go up a little bit. The entire memory production supply chain goes, okay, naively, okay, we'll build out a bunch of infrastructure. And this happened in the 80s, it happened in the 90s. We'll build out a bunch of infrastructure to meet this demand. And then, rates go up a tiny little bit or something happens. And all the demand drops away. And suddenly you're left with expensive fabs and no one to buy the chips.
There's a reason for this. It's really simple. 1 bit of DRAM that SK Hynix makes and Micron makes is no different than that. Whereas
super competitive, right?
An AMD
interchangeable product.
An AMD CPU and an Intel CPU are pretty differentiated.
Highly
Like
specialized.
these are highly specialized chips. They're, you know, they have different functions, but like memory is memory. Like you're basically a high bandwidth memory is different. You need like extremely insane packaging. So yeah, you have some differentiation there. But like
Yeah.
it's the chip equivalent of like steel bars.
Yep, yeah, rebar. It just goes
Yeah.
into the production process. There are minor differences in product. You can have one type of steel which is slightly better than another, but in general, it's a commodity that goes into this broader process. And so what happened in the past was companies got absolutely brutally punished for overinvestment during the upswing side of the cycle.
Yeah.
And what is interesting from my brief reading of the history of Micron is that Micron distinguished itself, despite being in the high cost of labor area of the US, distinguished itself by its ability to use relative fiscal discipline to kind of ride the up and avoid the worst of the downswing of the cycle, right? So this has been their kind of distinguishing competitive feature since
It's
1979.
a hard thing to make. It's a hugely capex intensive business. And SK Hynix, that's why there's, you know, the Chinese have their own, but it's like, you know, it's not there.
Yeah. And SK Hynix, it's based in South Korea. It's basically a national champion. It's like basically putting families through school right now.
Do you know? So I know a board member of Micron. I've known this guy for a long time. He's like this, like the, he's lovely. He's a frumpy little Jewish man who used to own, he was like a professional CEO, and he used to be the CEO of an auto parts company. Like it was like this auto parts company that he was like a hired CEO of. And then he got on the board of Micron. Like, he's not like, you know, a chip genius.
Sure.
But Micron was a sleepy company. And it was like, not that, okay, I don't want to say it's not that hard to get on the board of Micron. It was like, you could get on the board of Micron.
Getting on the board of Micron was not completely a different process from getting on the board of an auto parts company.
Exactly.
Right?
He was the CEO. Yeah. But like,
same.
And then I like called him a couple months ago, and I was like, "How are you, Larry?" And he goes, "I'm so rich right now."
Hell yeah. Larry.
like I am ungodly rich right now because of like the stock I own in this company. It's like a sleepy company that somehow became a really like critical aspect of AI compute. I think they're getting rid of their consumer businesses. This is a weird phenomenon in the memory business. And if you want to ask the important question, and I think this is like the question to ask, and it's a very classic like compute question, right? Do you believe that like, you know, do you believe that like the achievable compute that we need to get in inference is going to continue to go up forever? If you do, then you think that the KV cache, right, the amount of keys and values that are stored close to the model that are doing that compute, so you don't have to reload every bit for every next token or whatever, is going to continue. If you think that that's going to continue to go up because I'm going to be having larger and larger context windows, and like AI girlfriends are going to want to remember more and more about you, or like you're going to be reading larger code bases, or like, you know, whatever. If you think those are going to continue to go up, then you should just Micron should be just pressing the capacity button on repeat.
Yeah. The lesson they have learned in every previous cycle would be holding every memory manufacturer back. Because the lessons of the previous cycle were, in the upswing of a cycle, do not overinvest in capacity because there will be a downswing.
Right.
And if you believe what many people, including I think myself, if you believe what many people believe about AI, and particularly about the demand for increased context, and particularly that there is no super easy little technical trick which will immediately and forever reduce the amount of memory needed to provide context for the models, then you think that there's going to be, everything is going to be computer forever now, then the memory story is not a short-term upswing. It is a much longer-term trend which is just going to keep going up. And the cycle, instead of being a cycle around 0, is going to be a cycle around a linear trend that
exactly.
goes up, right?
And I think that if you think that, if I'm the CEO of Micron right now, I don't forget his name, like I'd be terrified of making that bet.
Yeah.
I'd be like completely terrified of making that bet. I'd like
Dario Amadei himself was terrified of making that bet for Anthropic.
Right.
And so, of course, if you're Micron, you are absolutely terrified of making that bet.
And I think that this is like, on some level, like, by the way, this deal is, this is the jet fuel price lock-in deal. And in many ways, it's analogous because, like, the jet fuel companies don't mind it either.
Yeah.
Right?
They'll sell an option.
Right. They'll sell an option.
Futures
So I think, like,
contract on.
And this is not exactly analogous because, Micron is also like trying to like co-develop its memory with, the way
I want to get to that.
Yeah. So being frank, like, I'm not sure what that means. I have like guesses as to what that means. Right, but like I think that if I'm them, this is smart because I'm hedging things out, right? Like I'm saying like I don't want to be treated like a commodity anymore. I'm going to become part of the stack, right? Like differentiate a little bit, right? Like Anthropic's trying to make like the inference, like they're trying to like cheapen the cost of the inference infrastructure to get some guaranteed supply, make everyone profit together. It's a nice bet for everyone, and like it's I can see why this is like a good thing to do if you're like trying to like if you're Micron and you're trying to not get trapped in the commodity cycle again.
So we should talk that just very quickly. We should talk through like the logic there. So what's been announced is some kind of co-design and architecture collaboration between Anthropic and Micron. Now we should be clear, that is not the same. That does not send the same signal as if this was a deal with NVIDIA and they were doing co-design. Co-design with NVIDIA would mean co-designing the GPUs that run the inference and do the training. Co-design with, you want to break in this? Go ahead.
It kind of is cool because like, holy crap, this means the memory bottleneck must be this bad.
Yeah.
Like it means like it's kind of like, sorry, I'm fascinated by this from the perspective of like Anthropic must be down real bad to like to be really concerned. This is not the strategic partnership that I would have like thought they would do.
Yeah, if you're Anthropic, you've got limited focus. Or why do a strategic partnership with memory? The opportunity for co-design here, and naively, seems to me relatively limited. Maybe you can do some futzing with looking at the roadmap that Micron is putting together and trying to adapt your KV cache techniques within Anthropic
I think it's how they do
Micron's
batching.
roadmap.
It would be how they do batching would be my question. I would guess it's how they do batching. It's how do they do caching. It's how they avoid like memory fragmentation that's specific to like how AI models are going to run. Like, these would be my bet. But like,
and
I don't know.
As you said, the goal there, right, from from Micron's perspective, is the more they get, in previously you had an HBM market which was completely undistinguished. Each maker was effectively a commodity seller.
Yeah.
And what this is giving at Micron the opportunity to do is work with another American company to make their memory better for LLMs, which is where all the demand is coming from for memory.
Right.
And so there's an opportunity there for some, slight specialization in the memory stack that Micron is putting together that might help distinguish them from an otherwise relatively commodified field. I think that makes sense. But what is kind of confusing to me in the bigger picture is what you're pointing out, which is what is Anthropic getting out of it? Maybe they are just literally getting access to HBM. Somewhere about halfway through the year or a few months ago, Micron said they have sold out all of their 2026 HBM production. So it's like, and we all know, like Dario Amadei made a particular bet about compute. That bet turned out to be slightly wrong, maybe. And so he's out there, Anthropic is out there trying to get their hands on every component of the stack. Memory is part of that component. it's interesting to me because Anthropic run a quite heterogeneous stack, right? We know they use Trainium. We know they use some Google TPUs. We know they use some NVIDIA here and there.
Yeah,
so it's like, go ahead.
I would say that what's interesting here, more than there's the interesting signal I'd also take from this is that we are going to memory, not like if you want to invest in memory, you probably think that inference is going to drive an increasingly large percentage of the data center, like, the throughput. Like, you must be, Anthropic must be betting on, we're going to train some new models, but like it's probably one more big hit before we hit, AGI.
Okay, interesting.
Like that. That's what I would say. I don't know. This is kind of a bad. Someone will say this is a stupid take, but like, if I were looking at this and like saying only from this bet, what would I say Anthropic's thinking about? I would say they think inference is going to dominate, and they think they're like, they're one more model away from like something so good that like there's never a reason to produce again.
And just stepping through that reasoning, right? The reasoning for that is because if you think that we are going to be training new models every few months forever, and an advantage in the space is going to accrue to those who can train models faster, why do you even look at HBM? Because your focus should be on securing training infrastructure. You don't care about inference infrastructure as much because you think, well, fine, we might be memory constrained, but our advanced models will be so much better than the competition's that we can use a smaller context, or we can, you can use less memory or whatever. We can work it out. They can compact better, whatever it's going to be. Our bet is on inference.
And it's going to be on, and it seems like also the bet is on like massive code bases, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can I do like, and I think Anthropic's going to be, one thing Anthropic is quite clearly aiming for, is like, I can just handle your whole code base and like rebuild your whole code, and that's going to take a lot of memory.
Right.
This is the bet that I perceive this to indicate. Like, inference is going to dominate. Large code base, handling large code bases is going to dominate. Training runs are going to be less important in terms of the data center input. And then also, I think that it's like infrastructure instead of just the individual GPUs is going to be the important thing. And then finally, like, that Anthropic is going to try to build their own diversified stack. There's a interesting story. This is a little bit of a tangent, but like I think it's interesting and indicates sort of the way the market works. There's a company called Astera, which you've never heard of. They're a public company. They're worth about $8 billion. They make a lot of the switches and interconnects and retimers and things that are like picks and shovels of the data center market. A really critical company. Actually, a really amazing company insofar as they kind of they made a bet that you don't want to build GPUs, that you want to build like sort of like niche, very important data center chips. And they built niche chips, and they like grew like crazy because they made the right bets. And it's actually a really cool story of like, you don't always need to go for you don't always need to be, sorry, I love Guillaume, I love Beth, but like, you don't always need to be extropic. Like, I really respect what he's doing, but like, they made a bet that's a little different. Like, you can make a lot of money, maybe not like $1 trillion company, but like a billions of dollars worth of company by like going for these small bets. They're also betting on SerDes, as in like data interconnects that are open standard. So you're seeing this pull back and forth in the data center market, much like what you're seeing with Anthropic going after their own memory supply, much like you're seeing where people are going to try to get away from NVIDIA GPUs and maybe even get away from, NVIDIA NVLink, where it's like this pull back and forth. NVIDIA wants to dominate and lock things down with NVLink and their GPUs as the central story of the data center. Other companies like Anthropic, the buyers of compute, want to try to see if they can hedge themselves away from NVIDIA monopoly pricing. This memory is part of that story. The way you see open standards in some of the data interconnects is part of that story. So I would say this is a much larger narrative. CPUs play into the story quite a bit. insofar as like NVIDIA, I think, is going for their own CPU, but like, there's this pull back and forth because you need CPUs for inference, actually. Similarly to like needing memory, you need a lot of CPUs for inference. But like there's this pull back and forth. And I think it's going to be the interesting dynamic of the story you're going to read for the next 5 years in chips is that the soul of the data center is going to be a battlefield. And like, is NVIDIA going to own it? Is NVIDIA going to be the thing that brings us to the singularity and like the only thing that brings us to the singularity? Or are we going to see different players, begin to like create a fractured market? And I think that this memory story is just part of that larger trend. I'm not as I'd be worried. By the way, we're not even touching the geopolitical aspect of it, where China wants to build its own stack, and and as they should. But like, if I'm Jensen, I need to be trying to like, much like much like Rockefeller, like putting my like tentacles into everything, right? And like monopolizing everything, and like the more that people try to get away from me, the in deals like this, the more scared I get. That's like my
And they just need to do it. Like NVIDIA has to do it by being the absolute best in every field by such a margin. You have no choice.
Right.
But to use NVIDIA.
If they buying Grok was great, was the move that they did for this reason, right? By the way, there's all sorts of crazy ways people are trying to get around like the memory wall by avoiding DRAM. There's a company called Talus. If you can find the CEO and bring him on, that would be pretty cool. Talus is doing they're like etching the models directly onto the chip so that like you don't need memory or I guess you do need memory for the activations, but like it's a much less memory intensive way to do it. Or Cerebrus. Like there are people trying to get around this memory wall too.
The optical computing guys are trying to do the same thing.
Exactly.
Right.
But this is a story. Like this is the narrative I would continually be thinking about this narrative whenever you read a chip story, about the data center at least, right? There's other parts of the chip market too. They still exist.
That's super interesting. I've taken up enough of your time. I want to finish with a final question. Anthropic is in some senses, in its language, in its position, in its posture, the most hawkish lab towards China. And they have lent more than any other lab on the kind of rebuilding America, reindustrializing America, kind of America first. America has to control this technology. Now, that as a comms approach to this administration doesn't seem to have always worked, despite the fact that you'd think it would, trivially. There's an element of this deal which seems to me about an American company focused on America's success in this field, partnering with another American company, with a supplier in a market which is quite fractured, which has big players in South Korea, which has big players in the rest of the world. Do you think there's an aspect to this deal?
So first of all, general principle, China hawk as I am, I tend to see Anthropic's take here as a little bit opportunistic, right? The Chinese are subsidizing open source models to undercut Anthropic and OpenAI. That's the goal. Right? Alibaba and like Dance or like ByteDance or whatever all have their own models. And the point of those models, and there's DeepSeek, the point of those models is they're getting a government subsidy to go ahead and undercut larger American models and larger American companies to stop America from getting a monopoly in this field. And Anthropic doesn't like that. And so they'll say whatever they need to say. They'll say whatever they need to say to like stop that, to like get the United States to like not push for open source models of our own, or to like make open source seem scary, etc. I understand, like, this is a little bit of I don't know. I think that's a little bit of opportunism here, as much as I understand, like, what the Chinese are doing. That being said, yeah, I guess there's an aspect of this which is like a America first, going after Micron in America. you know what? I'm going to disagree with you, Gabe. I don't think that's it. I think Micron
Yeah,
cut
okay.
them the best deal, and I think they'll still buy memory from SK Hynix. And I'm sure that like, you know, it's not like North Korea is still scary, and like South Korea is still going to be a U.S. ally, and like, you know, even if Taiwan goes, like South Korea is still going to be a U.S. ally. So like maybe even more so. So like I wouldn't think about. I don't think that that's the story here. I will say also Micron as a corporation is very squirrely when it comes to their, you know, level of interest in building in America. Um, they'll accuse they'll accuse the Biden administration of having been really shitty about like the CHIPS Act and like building their fabs here. And by the way, SK Hynix also was building a fab here. I don't know where that is. I think the Biden administration might have been like too environmentally aggressive about like the environmental regulations, and like then like SK Hynix pulled out or some ridiculous shit like that. Like all these companies are trying to build fabs in America. So is SK Hynix. SK Hynix is like trying to invest in America. Micron is squirrely about their investments in America. The 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 um the America First aspect here is kind of muddied by the fact that Micron is super squirrely and super not clear about how much it wants to invest in America versus Malaysia and Singapore and a bunch of other countries where they have. We can look. Where does Micron have its big fabs? Um, uh, like it's yeah, New York, Boise, Virginia. Sure, great, but they got a lot in Taiwan. They got a lot in Singapore. They have stuff in China too. Like they ain't.
Yeah, okay.
This is not exactly.
Yeah, it's not a straightforward. It's not a straightforward.
Yeah.
America versus China play here. Look, that has been very, very interesting. If you're just joining us now, Stephen and I have been talking about the Anthropic and Micron deal. I think it's a very interesting deal. It's worth kind of looking into. If you didn't catch the full show, you should go back and take a look. I think the takeaways, if I'm correctly summarizing it here, the takeaways for me, Stephen, are one, that this is in some ways a signal from Anthropic that they think the future is driven, the future success is going to be driven by inference, by access to lots of memory that gives you big, long contexts, that lets you put your entire code base into Claude and say, make me $1 million, please, Claude, make my mistakes. I think that is super interesting. I think we shouldn't the other thing I took from this is that we shouldn't over-index on this kind of co-design thing that's a little bit different. And the final piece is just like, it's very much about hedging their access to an in-demand commodity, and that's HBM. And if they have to sign a deal, if they have to sell a little bit of equity to get there, that's what they'll do.
Right. And I think that my major takeaway is like the soul of the data center, who owns it, right? Who owns I think the oil, I don't know. I like the oil story, right? Like, because like, go back to the age of Rockefeller and all these guys, like that's the story you should be thinking about here. Who owns the picks and shovels? Who owns the way the oil gets out of the ground? That's same question that's being asked right now in the world of in this world. So I mean, we should pay attention to that, and that's like the story I would pay attention to. This is not a geopolitics story, unfortunately. Well, as much as I love them.
Yeah. As much as we love one of those. Stephen, CEO of Sphere Semi, thank you so much for coming on the show. A real pleasure always to have you. People can find you on x.com. You're at Stephen Kleinert.
Yes.
Very interesting, always great, and effectively our chip correspondent here on MTS. Thanks again for joining us, Matt.
Bye-bye. Talk to you soon.
Great day today, folks. We have welcomed back the Melbourne studio with a bang. We had a great chat with Joshua Levine from FAI, Director of Technology and Governance there. We talked about the 2 quantum executive orders that came out today from the administration. And we also talked more generally about the approach the administration is taking and the US government more generally. This bill that's in front of both houses of Congress right now that's seeking to do similar things to the executive order. So very interesting conversation. And then we had Stephen on to talk about the Anthropic MICRON deal. Stephen's read, which I think makes a lot of sense to me, is this was just about hedging their fuel exposure. It was just about locking in high bandwidth memory access. One of the many bottlenecks in the AI industry right now is just access to enough memory to put on the chips, to put in the data centers, to store the KV cache, to store the context for the models to do inference over. So very good conversation there. We touched on the history of MICRON. We touched on what this might mean for the kind of co-design and architecture element of the deal, which has been announced. Stephen's take, and it makes a lot of sense to me, is not very much. And we also touched, I thought there might be a geopolitical angle here. I thought it might be significant that MICRON is the US-based memory company. Stephen, less sure about that. I think his case there made quite a lot of sense. MICRON is not by any means a kind of America First manufacturer. I'm sure they'll say nice things about the US fabs. They do have US fabs, but every company in the world right now is trying to build fabs in the US for many different reasons. And MICRON has also got a few fabs around the rest of the world as well. So 2 great stories today. Very, very interesting. Really appreciate you all joining me here on MTS. I'd like to close out by saying a quick thank you to our sponsors. Now, you might have heard my voice. It's a little rusty. It's a little weak. I'm losing it, I think, from too much talk in the Bay Area over last week and from a series of illnesses that have struck me down. You know what else is pretty good for fixing your voice? 11 Labs. AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. We'll go back and dub my voice with an 11 Labs clone. And I have to say, while I was in the US, I learned in Australia we call this food muesli often. In the US, it's called granola. Granola, the AI notepad. Try it once and never go back. That's granola.ai/MTS. Now, you might have noticed my nice new mug. This one came back with me along with what seems like a pretty heavy viral load. Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect your APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. They also make a pretty nice little Hydro Flask. So shout out to the Kong folks. Very grateful. KongHQ.com. We also have, of course, Blitzy, the autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5 times faster at blitzy.com. And Merge, build once. Connect to every API, tool, and LLM, OpenAI, Dropbox, and RAMP. Use Merge to get AI to production faster. Merge.dev/MTS. Pretty big if you've got OpenAI using your tool to ship AI faster. Now, of course, I'm back here in Melbourne. The hometown favorite here, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. Go to adquick.com. And finally, there's a lot to understand right now in today's show. We covered a lot. If you're struggling to understand chips, if you're struggling to understand the regulation of advanced quantum computers, Macroscope can't help you. But Macroscope, AI code-based understanding for engineering leaders, macroscope.com/MTS. If you're trying to understand your AI code base, then Macroscope is what you need. Thank you so much to all our sponsors. We're very grateful. We are very grateful to them making the show all possible. And with that, we'll say goodbye. We'll see you again tomorrow. MTS, follow us on Twitter. Follow me. I'm at GBRL_Dick. And look out for, there's going to be a Substack piece coming tomorrow morning where I talk about some of the big questions in AI policy and governance. Look forward to that one too. Farewell for now.